Chapter 21-29. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the sofa opposite Gu Nianji and Lu Jin. He crossed his legs and said, "Then what do you think the other party's motive is? That's what I don't understand." Gu Nianji let go of Lu Jin's arm and placed her hands on her lap. She leaned forward slightly and looked at Hua Xiaoheng intently. She frowned and said, "I thought their target was me." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said softly, "Your narcissism has increased again." Lu Jin glared at him. "What's wrong with my girl? If those people's target isn't her, then they must be blind." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve. "Dad, is it honorable to be someone else's target? I don't want to die." "Of course, only those with value will be coveted. Do you think you can live a peaceful life as an ordinary person? If something happens, we'll be cannon fodder. Let me tell you, we won't even have a place to complain." Lu Jin pursed his lips and scoffed at Gu Nianji's opinion. "Gu Nianji, stay strong, live on, and keep smiling." JPG, Hua Xiaoheng, was used to Lu Jin's way of speaking. His heart was much bigger than Gu Nianji's, so he was completely unaffected. He said, "Their target should be Ms. Song." Gu Nianji nodded. "I seem to be just an extra to them. Bring me along. It's okay if you can't catch me. But Ms. Song is the target that they are determined to get. So our question is, who would be so determined to get Ms. Song?" Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng thoughtfully. "Could it be because of you?" Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. "Because of me? Are you trying to force me to submit by capturing Ms. Song? If that's the case, they might as well capture you. It'll be more effective." Gu Nianji, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Keep living strong. JPG, Lu Jin, however, became happy when he heard this. He said proudly, "I like Xiaoheng's words. Me too. If you want to force me to submit, there is only one way, and that is to capture my daughter." Gu Nianji. Another day of living strong. JPG. She realized that she was probably living in a world of memes. Gu Nianji rubbed the space between her eyebrows and said expressionlessly, "All right, the two of you have gone overboard with your mushy scenes today. Can you speak normally?" Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin looked at each other and silently looked away. Gu Nianji took out her phone and said as she searched, "If their ultimate goal is Ms. Song, then we have to first rule out the melodramatic plot of someone setting up an inescapable trap because of Ms. Song's beauty. Why should we exclude him?" Lu Jin raised his hand in confusion. "Boss Lu is this kind of person. He can do it." Gu Nianji didn't even raise her head. President Lu would rather suffocate himself to death than hurt a single hair on Ms. Song's head, so it can't be that. Next, Hua Xiaoheng also didn't think that Song Jining had become the enemy's target because of her beauty. Gu Nianji nodded and said, "If it's not because of Ms. Song's beauty, then it must be because of her intelligence." Lu Jin snorted and muttered that the other party had no taste. Gu Nianji knew what he meant and said calmly, "Dad, you haven't been exposed yet. Once you are, the other party will definitely target you." She looked up at Lu Jin from the corner of her eyes. "Do you want to put me in danger that badly?" Because Lu Jin's weakness was Gu Nianji, if they wanted to catch Lu Jin, the other party would definitely target Gu Nianji first. Thinking of this, Lu Jin quickly shook his head. No, not at all. I'd better keep my tail between my legs." "Okay." Gu Nianji patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. "Dad, you still have to help me provide technical support. I like it when you're strategizing behind the scenes." She added, "I want to eat durian ice cream. Dad, help me go to the fridge in the kitchen and see if there's any left. If there's none, help me go to the store in the courtyard and buy a box." Lu Jin immediately stood up. "I'll go take a look." If the girl wanted to eat something, he had to get it no matter how difficult it was. After Lu Jin left, Hua Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji to Hua Xiaoheng's study on the second floor to talk. "I'll show you something," Hua Xiaoheng said as he turned on the computer in the study. There were 3 widescreen displays on his desk. He turned on the display in the middle. After a flurry of snowflakes, a stately and magnificent building appeared on the screen. Gu Nianji was surprised for a moment. "Is this the Imperial High Military Court that we just left?" Hua Xiaoheng clicked play. "See for yourself." It was teleported here at the right time. The camera gradually moved down from the roof of the courtroom, and Gu Nianji saw a few people appear in her line of sight. Zhu Qinghong, Gunyinji's eyes widened. These are the people from the Institute of High Energy Physics who came to listen in today. Huo Xiaoheng didn't say anything, but he tugged at Gunyinji. Gunyinji didn't notice and sat in Huo Xiaoheng's arms. He hugged her from behind as they looked at the computer screen together. On the computer screen, a policewoman's voice was heard. The car in front stopped for a moment. Check. The person next to Zhuo Qinghong was a round-faced woman. She said in confusion, "Isn't this the police who searched us in the courtroom? Why are they still checking us? Are they done?" Zhuo Qinghong didn't say anything, and the tall boy on the other side said unhappily, "Do you think we're thieves or suspects? If you search us again, I'm going to hire a lawyer." Zhuo Qinghong finally smiled and said, "Anyway, we've already searched you once, so it doesn't matter if we search you again. We haven't done it before, so we don't have to be afraid of a crooked shadow." He was the first to raise his hands and say to the policewoman walking over, "We have female classmates. If you want to search us, shouldn't you search the car? Isn't it disrespectful to search women on the street?" The policewoman glared at him and said, "We know what we're doing. We don't need you to teach us." As she said that, she waved behind her. A few auxiliary police officers quickly ran forward, holding a temporary wall made of foam, and surrounded them and the car in the middle. In less than a minute, they had built a small room for the inspection. Gunyinji was amazed by the video. What was even more amazing was that even though the room for the search had been built, the video didn't stop. Gunyinji was amazed and turned to ask Huo Xiaoheng, "How did your people film this? Is there someone from your side in the police force?" Huo Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. He kissed her cheek and pushed her face back up with his lips. He continued to look at the screen. What followed was a body search in the examination room. Of course, this time was the same as the previous time. They didn't find anything. Zhuo Qinghong was obviously the leader of the students. He said to the policewoman, "Next time, I'll definitely file a complaint against you." Then he asked, "Where's our other classmate? Kai Zhaohe, the girl you searched? She's suspected of assaulting the defendant today and has been brought back to the police station for investigation. But you don't have any evidence." Zhuo Qinghong said calmly, "I'll get her a lawyer. Why are you so nice to her? You're not related." The policewoman looked at Zhuo Qinghong suspiciously. "Or do you want to go back to the police station with her to assist in the investigation? She's my fiancée. I'll inform her family." Zhuo Qinghong's face darkened. He didn't want to say more and left the room with his classmate. The policewoman stomped her feet and said angrily, "Don't be so full of yourself. We'll definitely find evidence." The video ended there. Gunyinji closed her eyes in horror. Where did this idiot come from? She reminded me of Su Piaohong. Huo Xiaoheng said calmly, "It's obvious that you saw it. Someone deliberately went easy on her." Gunyinji was speechless. "It's this policewoman? No, it's not her. She's just a very incompetent police officer." Huo Xiaoheng opened a drawer and took out a stack of files. "This is the background check information of all the police officers who went to court today." Gunyinji flipped through it. As expected, there was a mix of good and bad people. Some police officers were very good, but there were also a few who were very incompetent. For such an important case, they didn't need to do too much. All they had to do was send someone who wasn't competent to cause hatred and mess up the whole thing. It had to be said that the methods of the mastermind had almost reached the point where it was impossible to find any trace of them. Was it infiltrated? Gunyinji was worried. What should we do? The other party is already very good. If someone leaks information, I can't imagine the consequences. That's why we need your help. Huo Xiaoheng hugged Gunyinji tightly and kissed her curvy lips. "Chief Gu, how's your chaos mathematics research going? It's based on the Book of Changes." Gunyinji rolled her eyes and smiled. "Huo Xiao needs my help. I'm very expensive. Can you afford it? If you can't, I'll compensate you with me and a grand wedding. How about that?" Huo Xiaoheng smiled meaningfully. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 2116, Compensate You With Me. There are 2 updates today. 9 o'clock at night. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard support tickets. P.S. Thank you, President of Wu AI Hall, for your 10,000 cheating coins. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 21:30. Gunyinji froze and quickly blushed. She turned her head and stared at the computer screen, her heart beating like a little rabbit. What a disappointment. She secretly despised herself. Didn't she already have a marriage certificate? She was flustered just talking about the wedding, but an unexplainable sweetness spread from the depths of her tongue and permeated her limbs. She wanted to share it with him. She couldn't be alone. Gunyinji turned around and hugged his neck. Kissing his lips, she pried open his teeth and sent the sweetness all the way to the base of his tongue. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and asked vaguely with her lips in his mouth, "Okay, okay." Gunyinji was mesmerized by his kiss and said yes no matter what he said. In the end, she practiced many humiliating agreements. As night fell, a spacious SUV stopped in front of the Imperial Capital Institute of High-Energy Physics. The people in the car all got out and waved at Zhuo Qinghong, who was driving. "Thank you, Brother Zhuo, for driving us back. You're welcome. I'll park the car. You guys go in first." Zhuo Qinghong waved at them, then started the car and drove to the underground parking lot. Zhuo Qinghong rolled down the window and quietly smoked a cigarette as he observed the surroundings. He had a simple infrared detector in his car, and any creature with heat radiation in the parking lot would respond to his detector. After watching for a while, he realized that there were only pests like mice, ants, flies, and mosquitoes. No one was following him. He looked away and reached out of the car with his left hand to brush off the cigarette ash before throwing it forward. The cigarette flew in a parabola and landed on the ground in front of a nearby trash can. He had almost thrown it in. Zhuo Qinghong shook his head with a smile and opened a game app on his phone to play for a while. This game was a multi-dimensional travel game. Sometimes it was ancient times, sometimes it was modern times, sometimes it was interstellar, and sometimes it was the end of the world. Players could set up the plot according to the setting they wanted to play. They could also communicate with each other and bring missions from one dimension to another. It was very interesting and had many players. They could also go home and put on a VR helmet to connect to the computer to be immersed in the game and complete the missions. There were often tens of millions of people online. It was much better than those games that required people to spend money to change their lives. Zhuo Qinghong was playing a game called Rage. This was the first stage of a large-scale game. He needed to break through layers of obstacles and go to the court to rescue a convicted felon. The security around this person wasn't very tight, but the player's requirement was that no one could find any evidence. Once he found the evidence, his mission would fail, and he would have to start over. It had been 2 months since Zhuo Qinghong finished this game, but he had not been able to clear it. Today, it opened again, and he finally managed to escape, clearing the first stage. After completing the quest, an NPC would appear to reward him. The NPC that appeared in the game was an elegant lady. Her voice was gentle and kind as she smiled at Zhuo Qinghong's character. "Z, congratulations on completing the first stage, Court of Wrath. You've paralyzed the target and sent him to the hospital. Now choose your reward." As he spoke, 3 treasure chests appeared in the game. He could pick a chest at random. Zhuo Qinghong took a look and chose the one in the middle. When he opened it, a sentence popped up: "Reward player with 1 million cash." Zhuo Qinghong clicked on the treasure chest again. Not long after, he heard a message on his phone saying that the bank transfer was successful. Zhuo Qinghong smiled. He didn't care about the money at all. His finger tapped on the dialog box. "Thank you, I still want to see the madam who issued the quest." The madam was the big boss in this game. This was also a scene in the game. After completing the quest, he could talk to the madam for a while. Most of the scenes were already set, but for a few people, this game had different rules. The NPC replied after a while, "The madam is in the tea room. She can't talk to you for now. But the madam wants to ask you, you've been playing for 2 months. How did you suddenly clear the first stage today?" Zhuo Qinghong smiled and replied, "The madam's strategy is unparalleled. I'm just carrying out the madam's arrangements." The NPC said, "You used a floating bottle?" In this game, if you couldn't clear the stage, you had 3 chances to request a floating bottle from the system. The floating bottle contained clues to clear the stage, just like a game guide. After 3 times, if you wanted the guide or clues again, You would have to spend money to buy it. Zhuo Qinghong said. Yes, the first floating bottle successfully completed the mission. The NPC was quiet for a while, then said, Okay, we look forward to your second stage, Hospital Horror. Thank you for supporting our game. Zhuo Qinghong exited the game interface, got out of the car, and returned to the dormitory at the Institute of High-Energy Physics. At the corner of the second floor of a modern-style villa in the north of the West Mountain, a middle-aged woman in butler attire was bowing in front of a paper door. Madam, Mr. Kevin has been sent to the hospital. Behind the door was a tea room. It was about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was a very narrow strip. The paper door was low, and one had to bow when entering. A woman in ancient Chinese clothing sat opposite the door. On the wall behind her hung a huge high-definition photo. The photo was of a quaint peony with 3 flowers. It was actually the long-lost Yao Huang, Wei Zi, and Obai. There was a luxurious woolen blanket on the floor, and in the corner of the rosewood tea table in front of her was a red glazed jade vase. A white lily of the valley was inserted diagonally inside. In the middle of the tea table was a row of grass sticks. If one counted them, there were a total of 50 sticks. She picked one and put it aside, frowned at the 49 sticks, and murmured, The number of the yin is 50, and there are 49 of them. It is divided into 2, representing 2, hanging 1, representing 3, and hanging 4, representing 4 seasons. It is strange to use one as a leap, and then another leap so is hanging again. The number of heaven and earth is 55 in China. Can it really include all things? She thought, fiddling with the grass sticks in front of her to derive all kinds of divinations. She recorded them as parameters on the tablet in her hand and included them in the chaotic mathematical equations she had designed. Hearing that Kevin had been sent to the hospital, she smiled slightly. Not bad. So far, I've only been wrong once. But this time it was the time Song Jining was rescued. She thought for a while again, and her face was extremely calm. She did not smile or get angry. Her eyes were clear and gentle, and her hair was as black as ink. She sat there like a jade Buddha statue. She was not as beautiful and moving as Song Jining, but if she stood next to Song Jining, she would definitely be on par with Song Jining. This is today's second update. Chapter 2117, Even Apart. There are 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard support tickets. P.S. Moi. Everyone, little angels, please remember the original domain name of this book. The fastest website for mobile version updates. M. Chapter 2131. The woman sat quietly by herself for a while and put the straw into a black brocade bag. She said slowly to the person at the door, Success? Kevin is in the hospital? Yes, madam. The middle-aged woman at the door bowed and replied, Yes, prepare to be released on medical parole. The woman stood up with the brocade bag in her hand and walked out of the low paper door with a bent back. She wasn't tall, but she wasn't short either. She was of medium height, and her exquisite ancient huaxia clothes were dazzling under the light. It contrasted sharply with her jade-like temperament and appearance. She slowly walked to a mirror that was as tall as a person and looked at herself. She smiled and said, This dress is beautiful, but it's too cumbersome to wear. She usually only burned incense and bathed when she needed to use the Book of Changes to change into this outfit. She sat quietly in the tea room and stirred the straw sticks. She handed the brocade bag in her hand to her servant and walked back to her room. She changed into a new set of clothes and said, I'll go to the company tomorrow to take a look at the revenue report. Get someone to take care of Kevin's follow-up and send him back to the United States as soon as possible. Yes, madam. The middle-aged servant bowed again. She obeyed this madam's words and trusted her from the bottom of her heart. Zhuo Qinghong returned to the dormitory of the Institute of High-Energy Physics and closed the door. He leaned against the door and relaxed. It had been too dangerous today. He had almost been caught. His back was sweating profusely, and even his shirt was soaked. His legs were also so weak that he could barely stand. He could only rely on the support of the door on his back to barely stand. Thinking back to the situation in court today, He had a vague feeling that the other party was already suspecting him. Otherwise, the policewoman wouldn't have chased him out to search him a second time. The corners of his lips curled up, and he smiled slightly. It wasn't that easy to investigate him. He returned to his desk, turned on his computer, pulled out a paper, and read it eagerly. If Lu Jin were here, he would have found that this was a paper very similar to the theory of multiple worlds that he had written in the other world. It was also signed Gu Xiangwen. According to this theory, multiple worlds should exist at the quantum level, but that was only at the microscopic level. What about the macroscopic level? Did there really exist parallel universes that were exactly the same outside of our world? It was as if the long river of history had encountered an obstacle, splitting into two and flowing in two different directions. Over time, the two rivers that diverge from the same river will eventually become completely different. But for a very long time, they would still maintain a very large degree of resemblance. Just thinking about it, maybe there was a person who looked exactly like him, sitting in the same place, reading the same academic paper, gave him goosebumps. Zui Qinghong even felt a strange excitement, and it was even more irresistible than the matter between a man and a woman. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how this theory went from the microscopic level to the macroscopic level. He remembered what Bai Jini, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, had said. The multi-world theory can be verified as long as we find enough energy. He vaguely knew from Bai Jini that the former director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Song Haitao, was working with the military to find new energy sources. He didn't know if the explosion 18 years ago had anything to do with a new energy source they were looking for. Zhuo Qinghong pursed his lips and read the academic paper again, then closed the document. He put on the VR helmet and entered the large-scale virtual reality game to test the hospital horror scenario. After putting on the VR helmet, virtual reality became reality in his eyes. He found himself standing in the corridor of the 3-by-1 hospital. There were several armed soldiers standing in front of a ward, vigilantly watching the doctors, nurses, patients, and patients' families coming and going. He only glanced in that direction when a soldier suddenly raised his gun and fired a shot at him. Zhuo Qinghong felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his vision suddenly went black as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Then he found that the VR helmet had automatically shut down. This was death in the game. Every time the game character died, the VR helmet would automatically shut down and then restart to enter the game again. He tirelessly experimented with ways to break through the soldiers' defense line. If he couldn't fight them with force, he could only win with intelligence. At 6 o'clock the next day, before dawn, Xiaoheng had already gotten up from bed. He turned around to look at Gu Nianji, who had been rubbed by him all night like a lump of soft mud. His heart was strangely satisfied. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His warm breath wrapped around Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji murmured a few times in her sleep and snuggled up to the source of heat. "Little darling, let go. I have to go train." Hua Xiaoheng used his hands to break free and found that Gu Nianji's arms were still quite strong. They were wrapped around his waist. Gu Nianji pouted and hugged him even tighter. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her and gently held her arms with both hands. If someone else had hugged him like this and refused to let him go, Hua Xiaoheng would have broken her arms into pieces long ago. But Gu Nianji, he didn't even dare to use his strength. If he made a handprint, not only would Lu Jin not let him off, but he would also feel heartache for a few days. Gu Nianji was a little awake, but she still didn't want to move. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng tightly and didn't let him get up to train. She hugged him for a while and felt that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't moved. She felt a little strange and couldn't help but sneakily open one eye and take a quick glance. Hua Xiaoheng was staring at her fixedly, and this time he caught her red-handed. "Gu Nianji, brother, it's very scary to stare at a person for so long." She had no choice but to open both eyes a slit and smile gently. "Major General Hua, it's the weekend today. Are you going to train too?" Hua Xiaoheng tapped her straight little nose. "I don't have to go, but will you compensate me for my training?" Gu Nianji had just woken up, so her mind was still a little muddled. She didn't realize what Hua Xiaoheng meant and grunted in a daze. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng nodded readily and crawled under the blanket. He trained with her and completed all kinds of difficult movements. Stretching, rolling, carrying weight, jolting, doing a split, and finally folding in half. When Gunyinji woke up again, it was almost noon. Hua Xiaoheng took a shower in the bathroom refreshed. She struggled on the bed, wanting to cry, but unable to even sit up. Hua Xiaoheng's training wasn't that easy to compensate for. Mama, I won't drag anyone else into bed with me anymore. Gunyinji fell asleep again. When she woke up again, it was already evening. Lu Jin knocked on her bedroom door and asked worriedly, Nyinji? Nyinji? Are you okay? Why haven't you gotten up to eat all day? Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook you a bowl of noodles? Gunyinji got up and hurriedly put on her clothes. She shouted at the door, I'm up. Dad, I'll have dinner with you. Lu Jin was relieved and said, Then hurry up. I've gotten you another batch of information about the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics. I've sent it to your email. Gunyinji, she was going to stay up late at night and not go to bed all night. Someone who had been training like hell during the day wouldn't be able to touch a single strand of her hair. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 21:18. Compensate me for my training. There were 2 updates today at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard support tickets. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 21:32. Gunyinji finished dinner and said confidently to Lu Jin, Dad, I'll finish reading all this information even if I don't sleep tonight. Lu Jin nodded in relief. My girl is smart and hardworking. How are those stupid, and lazy people supposed to live? Gunyinji, she didn't feel like she was being praised, but she was used to it. Gunyinji continued to smile and said, Can I borrow your temporary laboratory tonight to read the information? Lu Jin's temporary laboratory was next to his suite on the first floor. It used to be a small guest room, but after Lu Jin moved in, Hua Xiaoheng had helped him convert it into a small laboratory. The computer equipment inside was very advanced and powerful. Lu Jin nodded vigorously. No problem, no problem. You can use it. He asked again, Do you want me to accompany you? Gunyinji quickly shook her head and said, I can concentrate better when I'm alone. If you're by my side, I can't help but talk to you. Lu Jin wanted to grin, but when he saw the orderly next to him, he felt that he should be more reserved. He had no choice but to pretend to be calm and said, Okay, I'm in the next room anyway. If there's a problem, just text me and I'll come over. Gunyinji agreed. After dinner, she slipped into Lu Jin's laboratory and began to study the information on the combination of the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics. Hua Xiaoheng didn't come back until it was dark. He ate dinner alone in the dining room. At the same time, he knew that his fiancée was going to stay up late to study tonight and wouldn't go back to her room to sleep. He nodded calmly and instructed the kitchen to prepare supper for Gunyinji so that she wouldn't be hungry. Then, he went back to the office to work overtime. Gunyinji was engrossed in reading the information, and her hands itched to design formulas and calculations. When she was hungry in the middle of the night, she suddenly smelled an irresistible aroma of food. Gunyinji followed the smell and turned around to see Hua Xiaoheng walking and wearing a tight black t-shirt. He was wearing a pair of black camouflage military pants that hung loosely around his crotch, revealing the legendary male dog waist and long legs below his waist. Then, a bowl of steaming and fragrant chicken soup noodles was placed in front of her. Hungry? I'll cook something for you. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and sat down. Gunyinji, he swallowed his saliva. He was only a little hungry at first, but when he saw the noodles, he felt even hungrier. The chicken soup was a little yellow, the noodles were thin and white, and a little green onion floated on the surface. It looked, smelled, and tasted great, which made one's appetite increase greatly. The simpler the food, the harder it was to cook it well. Gunyinji picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. It was so delicious that her taste buds were about to rebel. Gunyinji couldn't care less about being pretentious anymore. Her body was very honest as she finished the bowl of chicken soup and fine noodles. She drank the soup until there wasn't even a drop of juice left. Hua Xiaoheng put away the bowl and chopsticks. Do you still want to eat? Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed. She wiped her mouth with a tissue and said quietly, No, thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, Go on with your work. Call me when you're hungry. Gu Nianji grunted, then asked curiously, Aren't you going to sleep? If you don't sleep, how can I sleep? Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. I just came back from the office. I'll be working overtime in the study on the second floor. I'll stay up late with you. Gu Nianji was instantly filled with guilt. When it came to psychological warfare, even Gu Nianji was trash in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She quickly put away her documents and turned off the computer. She got up and said lightly, Don't stay up late. You didn't sleep much last night. I even slept during the day. You went out to work all day. Can your body take it if you stay up late at night? Hua Xiaoheng extended his arm in an angle without batting an eyelid. Gu Nianji wasn't paying attention and took his arm. She was taken to the suite on the second floor by Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng put the bowl of noodles in the refrigerator on the second floor and returned to the bedroom. After washing up, he found that Gu Nianji had already fallen asleep on the bed. When she was asleep, her expression was very relaxed. Her plump lips were slightly curled up, arching into the best angle for kissing. This was natural. No one could imitate it, and she couldn't control it. Hua Xiaoheng reached out his finger and rubbed her lips for a while. He couldn't help smiling. She still had to cultivate more if she wanted to play tricks on him. However, he also didn't want Gu Nianji to be too mature and worldly, because that was a quality that could only be acquired after experiencing setbacks. He couldn't bear to. It was great that Gu Nianji could forget what had happened before she was 12 years old. Perhaps it was because Gu Nianji had been too immersed in the atmosphere of the Book of Changes and chaos mathematics for the past few days, or perhaps it was because she thought about it during the day and dreamed about it at night. In short, Gu Nianji didn't sleep well that night. One dream after another, as if she couldn't wake up. In the beginning, she thought she was still sitting in Lu Jin's temporary laboratory, fiddling with chaos mathematics models. She used to be more familiar with this piece, so it was easy to pick it up now. However, it was extremely difficult to substitute the 64 hexagrams and 384 lines of the Book of Changes into the chaos mathematics model. The binary icons in front of her kept spinning in front of her, forming one hexagrams after another. Qian Kuan, Canli, Zhen Jin, Gui Mei, there were a total of 64 hexagrams, and it was dazzling. She blinked, and the scene in front of her changed again. There was no computer or screen in front of her, only an empty hall. It looked a little like the living room of He Jichu's house that she had seen in the other world. It seemed that in another second, she would be able to see He Jichu leisurely walking down from the second floor. His almond-shaped eyes were sparkling on his cold face, but his thin lips were tightly pursed. Gu Nianji waited for a while, but He Jichu didn't come. Instead, she saw another tall and handsome man walk down. This person's appearance looked very familiar. Gu Nianji stared blankly as he walked past her, as if she was air, or as if he didn't realize she was here at all. It was only then that Gu Nianji realized that she was dreaming. Since she realized that she was dreaming, her mood suddenly relaxed, and she began to watch everything with interest. If she wasn't mistaken, the man just now was Gu Xiangwen. However, Gu Xiangwen looked too young. For the time being, she couldn't tell if this person was Gu Xiangwen from this world or Lu Jin's appearance before he was disfigured in the other world. She followed the man curiously and found that he had pushed open a door. Inside, it didn't look like the He family's house, but a classroom. The young Gu Xiangwen stood under the podium and spoke to an old white man on the podium. Professor Vanderbilt, do you know the Book of Changes? Gu Xiangwen spoke in English. Gu Nianji was shocked to suddenly hear the English name of the Book of Changes, from his mouth. The old white man smiled and nodded. Of course I know. It's a very great book. Not only do philosophers like it, but mathematicians also value it. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 2119, He Can't Bear to Let Go. There were 2 more watches today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and golden keyboard support tickets. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 21:33. I'm not interested in philosophy, but I'm interested in mathematics. Can you tell me how it's related to mathematics? When she was young, Gu Xiangwen's eyes lit up. It was the kind of expression she had when she was talking about something she was most interested in. Kevin, I wrote a popular science book about this. If you have time, you can take a look. At this point in the dream, Gunyanji suddenly woke up. She remembered. Lu Jin had found her a pile of information about the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics. One of the books was a popular science book written by Professor Vanderbilt. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows and thought to herself that the Gu Xiangwen in her dream wasn't her father, Lu Jin, because the books were from this world, not the other world. When Lu Jin gave her the information, he had said that the books in this world were not bad, but she had never seen them in the other world. It seemed that she really dreamed about what she thought about in the day. Gun Yinji sighed and leaned her head against Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. Hua Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes, but he had already subconsciously pulled Gun Yinji over. Then he woke up with a start. He patted her back and mumbled, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Gun Yinji whispered no. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. "Did I wake you up?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. "I'm fine, but I'm a light sleeper." Gun Yinji snuggled closer to his side and curled herself into a spoon. Only when they were intimately connected did she fall asleep again. For the next few days, Gun Yinji stayed at home to study the Book of Changes and Chaos Mathematics other than going to work at the Senate's Legal Counsel office. She had already memorized the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes, but she didn't have any clues. During dinner that day, Gun Yinji and Lu Jin talked about their experiences. She said, "Dad, how do you think the Book of Changes is connected to chaos mathematics?" Lu Jin understood that Gun Yinji had reached a bottleneck. After thinking for a while, Lu Jin said, "Let's go to my lab. Let's do a divination." Gun Yinji smiled. "Okay, let's go." The two of them arrived at Lu Jin's laboratory. Gun Yinji took out the small mahogany sticks that she had been playing with and said, "There are a total of 50 of them. They're made according to the appearance of grass." Lu Jin nodded. "Actually, there's no need to use the grass stick. In ancient times, people did use the balsam grass for divination, but I think that's because they couldn't find a better material." Gun Yinji, believe me, in ancient times, productivity was low, and the stalks of grass were straighter but softer than tree branches, so they grew everywhere. Therefore, for the people of that time, the easiest way to grow grass was to find materials from the place. Gun Yinji laughed. "Dad, if you say that, you'll be slapping the faces of those who think that using grass is the orthodox way. TSK, so be it. When have I not slapped others in the face a few times a day?" Lu Jin waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he was shooing away flies and mosquitoes that didn't exist. His other hand was not idle either. He picked up a small mahogany stick and put it aside. Then he began to pick up the sticks. Gun Yinji watched intently from the side. It wasn't until Lu Jin repeated it 6 times and obtained the 6 lines that he had a complete hexagram. The Lu hexagram. Lu Jin muttered, "Going down to the sky, treading on the tiger's tail. This means that we're in the right direction." Treading on the tiger's tail means that if you walk behind the tiger, your journey will be smooth. Gun Yinji giggled. "Isn't that like using the tiger's power to intimidate others?" Lu Jin also laughed and winked at her. It can also be explained as when the tiger is not at home, the monkey is the king. The two of them laughed for a while. Then Gun Yinji said, "But what does this have to do with chaos mathematics?" Lu Jin thought for a moment and said, "Didn't you construct a formula? Why don't you use this hexagram as a parameter?" Use the hexagram as a parameter? Gun Yinji pondered it. This is the 10th hexagram, and there are a total of 64 hexagram in the Book of Changes. Does it really matter? She stood up. "I'm going back to my room to check the calculations." "Dad, I'll tell you the results tomorrow." Lu Jin nodded. "Check the calculations well. This kind of problem has to be solved in one go. Otherwise, you might forget about today's inspiration by tomorrow." Not only did literature and art need inspiration, but science and technology also needed inspiration. Gun Yinji returned to her room and spent the whole night thinking about the hexagram. Hua Xiaoheng didn't come back that night, but no one urged her to go to bed. In the middle of the night, Gun Yinji suddenly had an idea. She thought that since this hexagram meant that they were on the right path, she might as well calculate the probability of the other party's actions and see how they set up the trap. This was called knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. Moreover, the Book of Changes divination just now gave her confidence. So she listed out all the things that had happened recently. In the beginning, it should have been the middle of last year when the Hong Corporation's new energy car was preparing to go public. Gua Huaining colluded with others and almost led the Hong Corporation into a dead end. Then on Christmas Eve last year, the other party suddenly used all means to take Song Jining away and also try to get rid of Gun Yinji. After that, they spent 2 months to get Kevin out of there and got him the position of cultural counselor as a diplomat. Finally, at the end of the trial, the other party used Zui Qinghong and Kai Zhaohe to knock Kevin out in an attempt to get him released on bail for medical treatment. Gun Yinji looked at the 4 main events that she had listed and began to use chaos mathematics to calculate the probability of each event happening. Also, how many conditions were needed to achieve the goal. After the formula was listed, Gun Yinji realized that her small computer couldn't handle such a large amount of calculations. She had wanted to ask Hua Xiaoheng to borrow the supercomputer in the central control room of the Special Operations Forces. However, she was worried that someone would see the secret and leak it. After thinking about it, she went to Lu Jin and stammered, "Dad, how's the computing power of the computer here?" When Lu Jin heard this, he knew that Gun Yinji had already found the calculation method. He smiled and said, "I have a quantum computer here. Don't worry about the computing power." Gun Yinji, "You've already put the quantum computer into practice." Gun Yinji was pleasantly surprised. Ms. Song and the others are still in the preliminary stage of theoretical testing. Lu Jin stretched out his index finger and made a should gesture at her. He said softly, "This is a secret between us father and daughter. You can't tell anyone else, not even Hua Xiaoheng." Gun Yinji quickly nodded. I know. This kind of thing was too advanced, and Gun Yinji knew how powerful it was. Sitting in front of Lu Jin's computer, Lu Jin gave Gun Yinji a biological password and entered it into the computer. He then started a few programs, and the quantum computer, which was disguised as a normal computer, started its program. Gun Yinji was amazed. "You did a good job mixing fish eyes," Lu Jin chuckled. "Hurry up and do the calculations. Don't worry about my fish eyes." Therefore, even with the world's most powerful computer, it would take half a year to calculate. It only took Lu Jin 2 minutes. Gun Yinji looked at the probabilities and combinations of events that appeared on the screen and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she tapped her fingers on the keyboard and said thoughtfully, "Dad, I think the other party made preparations even earlier. They didn't start in the middle of last year, but at the end of the year before last. This was determined by the performance of the other party's computer." Lu Jin nodded. "Definitely. It's already good enough that their computer can calculate everything in half a year." The two of them praised Lu Jin's quantum computer for a while before turning off the program and resuming the functions of a normal computer. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi were sitting in the central control room with their team, looking at the huge amount of search data on the internet. Zhao Yangzi frowned and said, "Zui Qinghong's phone and home computer have been accessing an IP address for the past few days, but I can't find out where it is. It seems to be a dynamic IP address." Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "His phone and computer have a relatively powerful anti-tracking program. I just cracked it." "And did you find out where it is?" Zhao Yangzi asked excitedly. "This IP address should be abroad." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and pressed down on the keyboard. "I found it." After staring at it for a while, Hua Xiaoheng said thoughtfully, "It's actually the server address of an online game located abroad." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2120. How many times you don't slap people in the face? There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening the next day. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. P.S. Thank you to Zebu602, Wu AI Tang, and my AI Blue for the 10,000 starter coins each. Mwah mwah. Everyone, little angels, Genius 1, second remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 21:34. Online game. They're actually using the game as a method of communication. Not only Zhao Liangzi, but the other members in the central control room also exclaimed in surprise. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips twitched. Why are you so surprised? In the age of the internet, do we still need to sit back to back on a street bench and feed pigeons while exchanging information? The members of the Special Operations Forces were flushed with anger. Hua Xiaoheng looked at them calmly and waved his hand. It's been hard on all of you these past 2 days. You haven't been home yet. Go back early today and rest. We'll have a day off tomorrow. Only then did the atmosphere in the central control room calm down. After everyone else left, Zhao Liangzi sat down next to Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, Hua Xiao, should we report this to the National Security Agency? Zhui Qinghong was a Chinese citizen. According to the rules, it's none of our business. Half and half. Don't inform the domestic security agencies for the time being. I will inform General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai of this situation. Zhao Liangzi had absolute trust in Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was prepared, he quickly nodded. Of course we have to report these 3, but the Senate, Hua Xiaoheng smiled. With Nianji around, do you still have to worry about those glib-tongued senators? Zhao Liangzi also smiled and rubbed his head. Oh yeah, I forgot about her. What do you need us to do? He knew very well that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't willing to directly report the situation to the other agencies in the country because he knew that someone inside had leaked the information. They already had a few people in their hands, but they were still worried that there were others who hadn't been exposed. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the computer and said calmly, Prepare the barium meal. Zhao Liangzi's heart sank. Do we need to use barium meal? The barium meal experiment on the special battlefront was to release targeted false information to the target of suspicion. Then, after the target sent out the false information, the enemy's response would reveal the mole on their side. After assigning the tasks, Zhao Liangzi left the central control room. Hua Xiaoheng sat alone in the central control room for a while. He repeatedly thought about the true motive of the mastermind behind the scenes, but he still couldn't figure it out. However, he was not in a hurry. The barium meal would be ready soon, and he would know who was fishing in troubled waters. In order to track Zhuo Qinghong's IP address, Hua Xiaoheng did not return to his official residence for a day and a night. Tonight, the mission was finally over, and he could go back. When she returned to the official residence and entered the living room, she bumped into Gu Nianji and Lu Jin, who had just come out of Lu Jin's laboratory. Gu Nianji held the calculation she had printed out from Lu Jin and walked up to him with a smile. Major General Hua, you're finally back. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and suddenly asked, Do you want to play games? Gu Nianji, she cautiously took a few steps back and hugged herself with heartache. She said weakly, Hua Xiao, I didn't sleep last night. I was doing questions. Hua Xiaoheng froze for a moment, then quickly understood. He couldn't help but laugh. Stroking her hair, he said meaningfully, What's going on in that little head of yours all day? It's not a normal game. It's an online game. Do you want to play? Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, really? Hua Xiao, do you want to play online games with me? This was too rare. Online gaming was an integral part of Gu Nianji's life as she grew up. However, Hua Xiaoheng had always felt that online games were too childish and a waste of time, so he had never played with her. Of course, he didn't forbid Gu Nianji from playing by herself. Little girls had to have their own hobbies. Gu Nianji had practically grown up with the internet, so it was only right for her to play online games. Moreover, she wasn't addicted to online games, so Hua Xiaoheng let her be. Therefore, she was overjoyed when he offered to play online games with Gu Nianji today. Gu Nianji tossed aside the documents in her hands and happily followed Hua Xiaoheng back to his suite. The orderly brought him dinner. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa beside him and looked at him with a smile. She asked, Major General Hua, why did you suddenly think of playing online games with me? Hua Xiaoheng said casually, You're so skilled, and I'm still a newbie. When we enter the game later, I'll have to take care of you." Gunyinji chuckled and said slyly, "Major General Hua is too modest. With your computer skills, even if you're a newbie, it'll only be a matter of time before you become a king." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and changed the topic. "How's it going on your side? I heard that you want to connect the Book of Changes with chaos mathematics. It won't be easy, right?" Gunyinji thought about today's progress and sighed. She rested her chin on her hand and said weakly, "Yes, I didn't sleep all night before I figure out the other party's probability." As she spoke, she placed the data she had calculated in Lu Jin's laboratory in front of Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Look, I only calculated where the other party needs to start if they want to set up this trap. But I still don't have a clue what they're going to do next. The divination I came up with is the journey hexagram. To be precise, it's to follow the other party's steps, but I'm not satisfied. If we can only follow behind the other party, then we'll always be one step behind, and it'll be impossible for us to catch the other party." Hua Xiaoheng was mentally prepared for the difficulty of this matter. He comforted Gunyinji and said, "You're already very good. The other party has been preparing for more than a year. It only took you a day to figure out their train of thought." However, he also pondered over the past year and said, "Can you find out exactly when they started?" Gunyinji was puzzled. Why do we have to find out when they started? That's all preparatory work, and it has little to do with their actions. Hua Xiaoheng tapped his finger on the word, more than a year, and said lightly, "More than a year? How long exactly is it? You were taken away by the people over there more than a year ago." Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat, and even the corners of her eyes twitched. "Hua Xiao means that they have something to do with me being taken away?" "Not necessarily." Hua Xiaoheng continued to analyze. "And not long after you were taken away, I followed them, which was also more than a year ago, and, judging from the time, it should be closer to the time I left." Gunyinji immediately reacted. "That means that someone might have been watching you and knowing that you weren't in the country. That's why they started carrying out their plan." Hua Xiaoheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and took a sip of water. As he thought about it, he said, "That's possible. That means that their target is still Ms. Song. Taking advantage of Hua Xiaoheng's absence from the country, they could carry out their plan." "That's interesting." Gunyinji smiled. "Why are they so interested in Ms. Song?" "Ms. Song's research only began after she was cured 2 years ago. Could it be that they are interested in a magnetic resonance instrument?" A thought flashed through Gunyinji's mind. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and crossed his arms. He frowned slightly and said, "That's unlikely. If their target was the magnetic resonance instrument, they wouldn't kidnap Ms. Song, because based on their level, they wouldn't be unaware that the magnetic resonance instrument isn't something that can be made by kidnapping a scientist." Gunyinji understood. That's true. Kidnapping Ms. Song would alert the enemy, and they would be further away from the magnetic resonance instrument. So their ultimate target is Ms. Song? Gunyinji still felt a little strange. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and reached out to Gunyinji. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you sleepy? Why don't you sleep first and then play online games together tomorrow?" This is the second watch of the day. Chapter 2121, Preparing a Berry Meal. There are 2 watches today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2135. She would be playing online games with Hua Xiaoheng tomorrow. Happiness was like a tornado. It came too quickly. Gunyinji was so happy that she was giddy and treated Hua Xiaoheng exceptionally well. So much so that when he used the lame excuse of, "I'm too tired to sleep and need to be more tired to fall asleep," to request intimacy, she didn't refuse at all. Her heart ached for him, working overtime and becoming the one who took the initiative. The night passed, and the first rays of dawn appeared. It happened to be the 15th of the first lunar month, and it was also a weekend. Gunyinji didn't need to go to work, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't need to work overtime either. He didn't wake up early to train, but slept with Gunyinji until they woke up naturally. Last night, the 2 of them had reached a new level of harmony. They hugged each other tightly in their sleep, neither willing to let go. When Hua Xiaoheng woke up in the morning, his first instinctive action was to see if Gu Nianji was still there. He was so good last night that he was afraid it was just a dream he had countless times during the days when Gu Nianji was missing. Looking down, he saw that she was still sleeping soundly in his arms, a few strands of her hair hanging on her fair and flushed cheeks. His tense mood suddenly relaxed. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. Then he moved down, gently pecking her curvy lips. Gu Nianji was tickled by his kiss, and she giggled in her sleep. Her laughter was soft and charming, like a kitten who had just woken up in the morning. It was sweet and made people want to hold her in their palms and dote on her. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly. He never thought he was a man who had patience with kittens and puppies, but he didn't expect the girl he liked to be even more difficult to please than a kitten. She was a little devil. His gaze became more and more intense, almost tangible. Gu Nianji was finally woken up by him and was angry. "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you sleeping?" She glared at him as she spoke. Her big, watery eyes were actually not very intimidating. Hua Xiaoheng laughed and patted her puffed-up cheeks. "Get up. Don't you want to play online games anymore?" Gu Nianji's eyes instantly narrowed, and her face was full of flattery. "Of course I do. I dreamed about it yesterday." "Then get up. What do you want for breakfast?" Hua Xiaoheng sat up first. The blankets slid down, revealing his tanned, healthy, and strong chest. Gu Nianji blushed and whispered under the blanket, "I want to eat you." "What did you say?" Hua Xiaoheng had just put on the black military t-shirt when he heard Gu Nianji teasing him. He turned to look at her in disbelief. Gu Nianji quickly covered herself with the blanket and shouted, "I didn't say anything." Hua Xiaoheng was exasperated and amused at the same time. He looked at this little ostrich who didn't learn her lesson and dared to flirt but didn't dare to move. He slapped her but threw the blanket and said, "I'll make you crab dumplings and bird's nest with rose milk in the morning. I'll let you eat it tonight." "Me." Gu Nianji's entire body shook from his slap, but she could only force herself to pretend that she hadn't heard him. After Hua Xiaoheng went downstairs, she lifted the blanket and sighed deeply. How was she going to spend the night? She reaped what she sowed. However, when she thought about how she could play games with Hua Xiaoheng today, she felt that it was worth it no matter what price she had to pay. At the breakfast table, Gu Nianji said to Lu Jin, "Dad, you haven't seen President Lu for a few days. Today is the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Do you want to visit President Lu and Ms. Song?" Lu Jin happened to have something to look for Lu Yuan and Song Jining, so he quickly said, "I was just about to go look for them. Nianji, will you come with me?" Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "I'm going shopping with Major General Hua today. I'll go to President Lu's house for dinner tonight. Can you help us order first?" She didn't want Lu Jin to know what she and Hua Xiaoheng were going to do. Because her father's computer skills were too strong, she was afraid that if he got involved, he would cause a big commotion and alert the enemy. The other party was too cautious, so they had to be on guard. Lu Jin didn't suspect anything at all. He smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll go look for Boss Lu right away and ask him to buy groceries for the Lantern Festival dinner tonight." After breakfast, Hua Xiaoheng asked his driver, Fan Jian, to send Lu Jin to Lu Yuan's villa in the West Mountains. As soon as Lu Jin left, Hua Xiaoheng received a call from Hua Guanchen. "Xiaoheng, you didn't come to visit your grandfather during the New Year. Today is the Lantern Festival. Bring Nianji over for dinner." Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji had just said that she was going to Lu Yuan's house for dinner that night when Hua Guanchen asked them to go to grandfather Hua's place for dinner. Although it wasn't impossible, there was always a first-come, first-served rule. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment and asked, "Will the Zhang family go?" Hua Guanchen, "Does it have anything to do with you whether they go or not?" Hua Guanchen said unhappily, "He's your grandfather after all." Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his temples. He didn't want to ruin his mood by arguing with Hua Guanchen on the 15th of the first month. "We're going to President Lu's place for dinner tonight anyway, so we can go visit grandfather Hua," Hua Xiaoheng said directly and hung up. Hua Guanchen was furious. He quickly called back and scolded, "Your mother can divorce me, but you can't sever your father-son relationship with me." Hua Xiaoheng blocked his number. Gu Nianji came in from outside and saw Hua Xiaoheng's expression. She frowned and asked, "What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for a while, and your mood has worsened." Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin. He had always hidden his emotions well, but Gu Nianji could always feel the changes in his mood no matter how hard he tried to hide it. It was as if they had a telepathic connection. Actually, he also understood that it was because he didn't guard against her that she could feel his emotions under his calm surface. "It's nothing. Chief Hua called and asked us to visit Grandfather Hua tonight. I've already agreed. We'll go to President Lu's house for dinner and visit Grandfather Hua on the way." Gu Nianji smiled. "Okay, I'll listen to you." She walked to his side and held his hand. She said angrily, "Is this worth being unhappy about?" The two of them went upstairs to Hua Xiaoheng's study, which had first-class computer audiovisual equipment. Hua Xiaoheng said, "It's not that I'm unhappy, it's just that I'm a little annoyed. They just won't behave themselves. You're his son. As long as Chief Hua doesn't go overboard, just treat it as doing Ms. Song a favor." Gu Nianji patted Hua Xiaoheng's arm. "Think about it. How can they not attend our wedding? So it's better to slowly ease up with them now so that it won't be too ugly when the time comes." Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji in surprise. "I didn't know that you were so sensible." Gu Nianji puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Don't you know how to say beautiful words? I've already learned how to get to the point. For non-important people, no matter how unpleasant their words are, it won't make me sad. Instead, it makes me want to laugh." Hua Xiaoheng pinched her nose. "Okay, then I'll be watching you tonight." The two of them teased for a while. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the computer and said to Gu Nianji, "This is a large-scale online game that Zhu Qinghong has been playing recently." Gu Nianji took a look and said in surprise, "It's this game? It's quite popular, and there are quite a lot of people playing it." After saying that, she became distressed again. "Then what should we do? This game has many servers around the world, and people all over the world play it. There are probably tens of millions of people who are often online. How can we find out which servers Zhu Qinghong is on and which plot he's playing?" This large-scale online game was called The Life You Want, or You're in English. It was called Your Life. This is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 21-22, First Come, First Served. It's 2 o'clock today. At 9 o'clock in the evening the next day. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation tickets. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu AI Hall for the 20,000 Chidian coins and De Guanguan for the 10,000 Chidian coins. Moi moi. Everyone, Little Angels, Genius 1, second remember site address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 21-36. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "You know this game? Have you played it before? Do you have an ID?" He then said, "It's best to have a ready-made account ID. A new account ID will most likely alert the enemy." Gu Nianji suddenly became bashful and averted her eyes. She didn't dare to meet Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. Hua Xiaoheng knew she must have a ready-made account ID when he saw her like this, and more than one. Hua Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand and kissed it. He said calmly, "Give me the male account. You play the female account." Gu Nianji was completely convinced. She pouted and said, "How did you know I have both male and female accounts?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and lowered her head to secretly smile. She held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and wrote her account ID and password on his palm. Hua Xiaoheng was also amazing. He remembered such a complicated account ID and password just by feeling it on his palm. He put on the VR helmet and entered the game with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly received a message. "Your friend, Yiheng, is online." Hua Xiaoheng was stunned when he saw the account ID. Then he also received a message. "Your friend, Zhiheng, is online." Zhiheng. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing. Gu Nianji was originally quite proud of her two account IDs, but she could entertain herself when playing alone. Now that the real owner saw it, it was really shameful. What was she thinking at the time? She was too Chinibu. But who wouldn't be Chinibu at the age of 16 or 17? It wasn't like she was reborn. Gu Nianji complained in her heart and tried to pretend as if nothing had happened. She went online with Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was already familiar with the game. She introduced it to Hui Xiaoheng through the headset. This game is actually very fun. There are more settings, and you can choose the plot and levels you want according to your needs. First of all, you can choose the timeline. For example, if you want an ancient or modern setting, if you want to live in the future or interstellar, or if you want to choose the apocalypse, horror, or other abnormal era, it's all fine. Hua Xiaoheng asked, "Which scenes have you played?" Gu Nianji said, "Look at your backpack. Each backpack represents a scene I've played. It's filled with settings and props." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the bottom left corner of his vision. There were 3 backpacks with the words "Hero saves the damsel in distress," "I need a kiss to get better," and "Give me babies" written on them. Only then did Gu Nianji remember the scene she had played with that account. Her face burned, and she almost threw the helmet away. Hua Xiaoheng saved her from the awkwardness in time. He smiled and said, "These settings are so good. I like them. We should play like this in our lives in the future." Gu Nianji, she took a deep breath and said, "Let's think about how to find people." Hua Xiaoheng replied, "I'll get used to it first since I haven't played it before. Besides, you haven't been on these accounts for more than a year. You can't cause trouble the moment you come up." As he spoke, he began setting up the plot and sent Gu Nianji a team invite. As long as Gu Nianji accepted, the two of them could play together. In the past, Gu Nianji played 2 roles. She played the male and female characters together, and she was her own hero and guardian angel. At that time, she had never thought that Hua Xiaoheng would play such a childish game with her. Now that her wish had come true, she still couldn't believe it and hesitated for a long time before accepting the invitation. Hua Xiaoheng's voice came from the headset. "Why don't you accept?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and clicked "accept" with a smile. The two of them soon stood in a dark place. They couldn't see the sky or the ground. It was as if they were in the wilderness of time. Even if there were thousands of years, there were 8 wastelands. The world was long, and time passed. Hua Xiaoheng asked her softly, "What do you want to play? I'll play with you." Gu Nianji's heart raced from his deep, magnetic voice. After a long time, she said, "You're here to experience it. You choose. I'll play with you." Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "Then I'll choose." He looked at the settings and had an idea. He chose a police and bandit battle game where they rescued hostages from kidnappers. The gameplay was similar to PUBG, but the settings were more complicated. It wasn't as simple as blowing up the other person's head, but the final rescue of the hostage unharmed. To satisfy Gu Nianji, and to make the game less hardcore, Hua Xiaoheng also added a subplot where he quarreled with his girlfriend, and then his girlfriend was in danger. In the end, they reconciled. Of course, to Gu Nianji, this was the main plot. Gu Nianji hurriedly browsed through the settings and suddenly said, "I forgot to remind you that the settings of every game setting can overlap with other players. So the people we meet when we enter the game might not be NPCs, but other players. That's even more interesting." Well, Xiaoheng smiled as he picked up the AK-47 in the game. It'd be best if it's a real person. He clicked enter. Soon, Gu Nianji's vision went black, and when she reappeared, she found herself in the midst of green mountains and clear waters. The lake water in front of her was so clear it was a light green color. It was the bright green flower on the imperial concubine's jade bracelet that surrounded the mountains like a jade belt. A thin mist floated in the autumn morning. Not far away, the top of the mountain was covered in snow, and the forest between the mountains was red and yellow. It was like a picturesque oil painting, and it made the lake look like a fairyland. Gu Nianji suddenly felt that the scene was very familiar. It was like a picture she had seen online before. She walked a few circles in the same spot and realized that the people around her were gradually increasing. It was like an ink painting, one by one, vividly appearing from nowhere. She didn't know if those people were players or NPCs, but they all had a standard tourist demeanor. They held their phones or selfie sticks and took pictures in front of the lake. Their words were sonorous and forceful, like playing billiards. Gu Nianji listened for a while and realized that it was actually German. Could this setting be on the German server? Thinking of Germany, She looked at the lake in front of her and suddenly remembered that this was the Konig Sea under the German Alps. The Konig Sea is a long and narrow channel between the towering Alps left by glaciers eroding the landscape during the Ice Age. That year in Germany, she had been kidnapped here and narrowly escaped death. He Jichu had rescued her and brought her back to the Huaxia Empire. Was Hua Xiaoheng trying to make up for his past regrets? Gu Nianji's feelings were very complicated, but she was also very vigilant. She didn't want the same thing to happen again, and she didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to make up for her regrets in this way. Once bitten, twice shy. She would not fall into the same pit twice. Therefore, she stood vigilantly in the crowded area. When she saw the car driving over, she quietly hid to the side. This was today's second chapter, chapter 21-23, maintaining the sum to be constant. It's 2 o'clock today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation tickets. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 21-37. A few people jumped out of the car and began searching the crowd. Gu Nianji picked up her phone and secretly called the police to tell them that she had just discovered someone attempting to kidnap a girl. Then when the police siren rang from nearby, Hua Xiaoheng failed to clear the game. Because his partner had discovered the kidnappers in advance, he couldn't continue the rest of the plot. For his partner, it was a narrow escape, but for his planned life, it was a complete failure. Soon, his and Gu Nianji's vision turned gray. The Konig Sea, which had been green a moment ago, paled before their eyes. After another second, the words "Game Over" appeared before their eyes. Game over. The game was over. Taking off the VR helmet on his head, Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji with confusion. Is this how you play online games? Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. This online game is the most special. That's why so many people play it tirelessly. In a sense, it pursues the optimal process to achieve the desired result. If your process isn't optimal, or if the process shows that you can't achieve the desired result, then the game will be considered a failure. Therefore, no matter how you worked, the process will be different every time. For those who had worked their hearts out, this was the most attractive thing. The most annoying thing about games was repetitive and meaningless work. Xiaoheng hugged the VR helmet and said thoughtfully, "So when I set you to be kidnapped, you called the police in advance and the kidnappers were caught, so it was impossible for me to save you from the kidnappers. So I failed." "Yes, that's it." Gu Nianji smiled as she stood on her tiptoes and patted Hua Xiaoheng's head. "You're worth teaching." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her. "Do you want to try again?" Gu Nianji frowned and said, "I don't want it." "Why? Don't you want me to save you?" Hua Xiaoheng had been brooding over this. Gu Nianji put on the VR helmet and said dryly, "What's the point of repeating something that's already happened? Also, the fun thing about this game is that the process is unknown. As for the kidnapping in Germany, the process is already known to me, so it's not interesting at all." Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and understood what she meant. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm sorry. I didn't think it through." He only wanted to make up for his regrets, but he didn't expect that Gu Nianji would have to pay a price to make up for his regrets. Even if it was only in the game, she felt the same psychological pressure when she was immersed in a VR headset. Hua Xiaoheng no longer took the lead in the game. He handed the reins over to Gu Nianji and said, "How do you plan to play?" Gu Nianji tilted her head and thought about it, then said, "Why don't we go watch the battle first?" "Watch the battle?" "Yes." Gu Nianji put on the VR helmet and tapped a few times in the air. She chose the spectate option on the control panel in front of her and said, "If we want to spectate, we can go to other people's scenes and see what they're playing. But since we're just spectators, they won't notice us." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. "Then can we watch Zhuo Qinghong?" They had already found Zhuo Qinghong's account ID. "Let me see." Gu Nianji clicked on the control panel a few more times and said regretfully, "No, Zhuo Qinghong's game interface is private, which means it's not open to the public. It's only open to people in the same scene as him. If we don't choose the same game settings as him, we won't be able to watch his game." Hua Xiaoheng was also very regretful. He tossed his VR helmet around with both hands and said, "Then what should we do? What should we play?" Gun Yinji was also considering this question. If she hadn't been sure that this game was related to the mastermind behind the scenes, Gun Yinji would have definitely chosen to hack the other party's server to see what Zhuo Qinghong was doing and who he was contacting. But now that she had confirmed that this large-scale online game might be the channel through which the mastermind behind the scenes contacted Zhuo Qinghong, she didn't dare to casually hack the other party's server, because the strength displayed by the mastermind behind the scenes made her wary. It wasn't something those weak programmers in social software could compare to. Therefore, she couldn't just hack it. If the other party's skill level happened to be higher than hers, then hacking the other party's server would not only alert the enemy, but it was also possible that the other party would catch on to their weakness and throw a Trojan horse at them. They would be completely exposed. In short, she wouldn't rashly take the initiative to attack before she figured out the other party's background. But now that she knew that Zhuo Qinghong was using this online game to do something and contact the mastermind behind the scenes, Gun Yinji had an intuition that she wouldn't be able to sleep if she didn't figure this out. Hua Xiaoheng's understanding of the game was far less profound and skilled than Gun Yinji's, so he didn't make any more suggestions. "We'll play whatever you say." Hua Xiaoheng put on the VR helmet and smiled. "I'm waiting to ride on the goddess's coattails and win." Gun Yinji didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to say such a thing. She froze for a moment before gently kicking him and said angrily, "Hua Xiao, pay attention to your image." Hua Xiaoheng waved at her. "Think about how to set up the scene to find Zhuo Qinghong." Because this game was an online game and not a standalone game, it was inevitable that players would cross paths. However, they would only meet when the scenes set by the players happened to overlap. Just like in real life, everyone was the main character in their own life and the supporting character in others' lives. The main character and supporting character were constantly changing, pushing the game forward. In this sense, this game was really very social. Gun Yinji thought about it seriously. She put on the VR helmet and quickly entered her control panel. Looking at the options on the virtual panel in front of her that represented life scenes, she fell into deep thought. Where should she start? There were too many settings in this game, and the scenes were vast. How many times would she have to try to find the same scene as Zhuo Qinghong? And Zhuo Qinghong also happened to be in it? Gun Yinji didn't need a quantum computer to know that the number would be astronomical. Even if they were willing to try it one by one, they didn't have that much time to play it one by one. Was there no other way? Gun Yinji thought about it as she spoke to Hua Xiaoheng through her headset. "Hua Xiao, you just said that Zhuo Qinghong has been playing this online game." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Yes, he's been playing it for a few days. He's very dedicated and spends almost all his spare time on this game." "Do you know that he's communicating with the foreign server of this online game?" "It can't be considered communication. It should be that he's been logging into that server to play the game. Don't you think we can just log in?" Gun Yinji said, "We're already on that server. But I'm thinking, if he's only using this game to contact others, why would he spend so much time? Isn't a normal communication only going to take the time to send an email?" Hua Xiaoheng also thought of this problem and said in surprise, "You're right. If it's just a one-way communication, there's no need to spend so much time. Moreover, if he hadn't spent so much time on this game, Hua Xiaoheng and the others wouldn't have noticed that his contact method was through the online game. But he did spend a lot of time on this online game, right?" Gun Yinji confirmed. She seemed to have some clues. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "We have records of the IP port abroad. He did spend a lot of time playing this game on the foreign server. I think he might be using this game for other things," Gun Yinji said thoughtfully. "In addition to contacting others, he might also be using this game to carry out some kind of operation." Hua Xiaoheng agreed with her opinion. "Probably, but what can he do with the game?" Gun Yinji immediately said, "He can use the game to do simulation experiments." Hua Xiaoheng also remembered it when Gun Yinji said this. He immediately said, "Like the American 9/11 hijacking suspects who used a flying game to plan a hijacking." Hua Xiaoheng's reminder enlightened Gun Yinji. She patted her head and said with a smile, "I understand what he's doing now. The Book of Changes is really useful." This was the first chapter of the day. Chapter 21-24, It's Really Social. There were 2 chapters today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to double the monthly tickets 3 days after the end of the month. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 21-38. The Book of Changes Divination. Hua Xiaoheng's deep voice came from the headset with a penetrating magnetism. Do you know how to connect the Book of Changes with chaos mathematics? Gunyinji laughed. I can't say that I've figured it out completely, but I've already made a start. As she spoke, she told him about the Lu hexagram that she had set up with Lu Jin and said, Lu hexagram means to follow behind the other person. Based on this, we can imagine what we would do next if we were Zhu Qinghong. In court, he paralyzed Kevin's entire body. Gunyinji had already confirmed that it was Zhu Qinghong who had done it. He had thrown Kai Zhaohe and the short, fat man out to confuse them. And then, what else would he do? Hua Xiaoheng thought about this more than she did and quickly said, if he was still the one who did it, then the next step would be to think of a way to get Kevin released for medical treatment. Gunyinji's mind flashed, and she said happily, I got it. Zhu Qinghong's current game setting must be a hospital. Hua Xiaoheng also understood and narrowed his eyes. You mean he's been experimenting with how to get Kevin released for medical treatment? If it's in the hospital, then it's not about getting released for medical treatment, but rather it's about stealing the dragon and changing the phoenix, right? Gunyinji said as she began to choose the hospital setting. Now that she assumed that Zhu Qinghong was also playing with the hospital setting, it would definitely be the Huaxia Hospital. This was because the hospital setting also had many parameters to choose from, such as country, province, grade of the hospital, direction of the building, and even the number of people it could accommodate. Gunyinji actually found that she could find all the parameters that were suitable for the 3-by-1 hospital in the Huaxiao imperial capital. Kevin was in this hospital, and Gunyinji was just trying out. How did this game setting come about? A trace of doubt flashed through Gunyinji's mind, but she didn't think too much about it. She quickly invited Hua Xiaoheng and entered the game setting together. A white light flashed before their eyes, and the 2 of them were already standing in the hospital corridor. The graphics of this online game were very realistic, just like the real thing. If it was a VR helmet of average quality, the graphics would be blurry, just like a low-resolution computer screen. However, the VR helmets they were wearing were also very high-end, so they could see the details very clearly. The 2 of them were now a doctor and a nurse. They wore white clothes and masks as they walked toward the ward at the end of the corridor. They didn't know who was staying in this ward because if you didn't set it up, the patients, doctors, nurses, and visitors would all be random. There were NPCs and real players. NPCs wouldn't have names above their heads, but real players would have temporary game nicknames above their heads. This temporary game name could be changed at will, and it was also for the convenience of the players to maintain a certain degree of privacy. However, he didn't have to change it. It was possible to use a nickname to play in all kinds of settings. This kind of person would be on the game leaderboards, have priority everywhere, and have shiny nicknames. Of course, Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng didn't care about the rankings. They needed privacy, so they changed their NPC names. One was called Xiao Ming, and the other was called Xiao Hong. Because they had already entered the game, Gunyinji was very careful not to use their real names and identities when she spoke to Hua Xiaoheng. They were in an online game, and if they used the chat channel in the game, whether it was voice or text, there was a high chance that it would be monitored. The 2 of them didn't want to take risks, so they had to constantly remind themselves to treat themselves as players in the game. Hua Xiaoheng naturally adapted to this kind of setting. It was similar to their previous training. He was even considering opening up the same virtual reality game in their system to train their new members. Gunyinji was also a veteran player, so she was like a fish in water in the game. She carried a medical tray and followed Hua Xiaoheng. She smiled and said, Dr. Xiao Ming, where are you going for your ward round? Hua Xiaoheng turned his head to look at the ward he passed as he walked. There were 2 beds side by side in the first ward, both with patients lying on them. There were also two people who looked like family members watching over them. The second ward became a single room. The door was tightly shut, so they couldn't see the situation inside. As he walked further in, he saw two police officers with loaded guns guarding the door of a ward. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Was Zhuo Qinghong really simulating the hospital ward where Kevin was imprisoned and guarded? Hua Xiaoheng didn't continue walking. He looked around curiously and turned to say, "Let's go see the patients in the second ward. They need to follow up." Gu Nianji nodded and went with Hua Xiaoheng to knock on the closed door of the second ward. They didn't know if there was anyone in the room. They stood at the door for a while, but no one came out. Gu Nianji was about to say that she was going to look for the keys when a young man in casual clothes walked over from the other side of the corridor. He was very handsome. Of course, this was the image in the game. He was different from anyone they had seen in real life. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng stood facing the door of the ward. They wore white coats and masks, just like two NPCs. The young man didn't notice them at all and continued walking. When he was about to reach the two police officers, the young man suddenly bent over and squatted down. He seemed to be tying his shoelaces. At that moment, two gunshots rang out toward the police officers. The two police officers quickly pulled out their guns and returned fire. The young man rolled forward in an attempt to break through the two police officers' defense line. However, the two police officers cooperated very well. The officer on the left quickly lowered his gun and shot the young man on the ground in the head. The young man was shot in the forehead and quickly disappeared from the ground. This was him failing the game and being ejected from the game. Gu Nianji saw this from the corner of her eye. She was already suspecting that the young man was Zhuo Qinghong. Could it be that he really wanted to create chaos and get Kevin out of there? As far as she knew, Kevin's legal team was actively seeking medical parole. So the other party wanted to do both? Was Kevin that important? Gu Nianji thought it was a bit funny. She really didn't see how important Kevin was. Just as she stood up to leave the scene with Hua Xiaoheng, she suddenly saw the young man coming again. It was still the same scene. When the young man was about to reach the two policemen, he also bent down to tie his shoelaces. The same gunshots rang out from behind them. The bullets were fired at the two policemen, but the difference was that this time, the young man didn't lunge at them directly. Instead, he suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Nianji, who was crouching in the corner and hiding from the gunfire, over. He used her as a shield. This was today's second chapter. Chapter 21-25, Treading on the Tiger's Tail. It's 2 o'clock today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to vote twice every 3 days at the end of the month. P.S. Happy birthday to me, the Guild Master Seb. Moi moi. Everyone, little angels. Chapter 21-39. In an online game, especially in a PvP situation, this sort of situation was very common. Moreover, only players could kill each other to determine the outcome of the game. Although Gu Nianji was young, she was also a veteran player who had played online games from the age of 12 to the age of 20. Before Hua Xiaoheng could make a move, she had already stabbed the scalpel into the chest of the young man who was using her as a shield behind her. Then, she reached out with her left hand and grabbed the man's chest. With a shoulder throw, she pulled the young man in front of her and used him as a shield. Almost instantly, the police gunshots rang out and all hit the young man's head. Soon, the young man's body turned gray, and then there was a puff of green smoke. He disappeared. This was a failure to clear the game and was kicked out by the system. Gu Nianji clapped her hands and got up from the ground. She picked up her scalpel and looked at it. She pouted and said, "The scene here isn't realistic. My scalpel didn't even see blood." Hua Xiaoheng quickly pulled her up and turned around with his back facing the two police officers in front of the ward. He said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that the police over there will shoot immediately?" Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. "Those are two NPCs. They were set by that person just now. They will only attack him and not as players." Unless she also set two police officers as her opponents, the two NPC police officers would continue to chase after her. Hua Xiaoheng understood and found it very novel. He turned around and carefully looked at the two NPC police officers. "Let's go back and analyze it." Gu Nianji refused. Her eyes darted around as she said, "Let's wait a little longer and see if that young man still comes." At this moment, Zhui Qinghong was panting in his dormitory. He had been stabbed in the chest and shot a few more times in the head. He was dizzy from the beating. Although there were no actual injuries, the unexplainable palpitation was not fake. The last few times he played, there were other players present. He had deliberately set it to be open to all players who used the hospital as the setting. That way, the game would be more realistic, because the situation in reality was more complicated and changeable. He had to consider all kinds of situations to be able to deal with it. This way, the data would be more realistic when playing. In the end, the genius would calculate further and give him the best plan. This optimal plan was tested with data, and it was very accurate. Thinking of that genius, Zhui Qinghong's eyes lit up. He only admired the most powerful people, and there was no one more powerful than that person. Even the director of the Institute of High-Energy Physics, Song Jining, who had been called a genius girl for so many years, could not compare to that person's finger. But this time, the two players present, especially the girl named Little Red, were too powerful. That skill and that reaction time, it was obvious that he was a veteran player. His hand speed was not just for show. However, in Zhui Qinghong's eyes, this kind of person was a simple-minded, powerless person who only knew how to be a hero in the game. He didn't take them seriously and only treated them as increasing the difficulty of clearing the game. Zhui Qinghong angrily panted for a while. He felt hungry, so he picked up his phone and called for takeout. After eating, he went to sleep. He needed to conserve his energy and play the game tomorrow. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng waited in the game for a long time, but the person didn't come online. Seeing that an hour had passed, Hua Xiaoheng said helplessly, "You're too good. I think you scare him away." Gu Nianji shrugged. He's obviously too weak. How can he blame me for being too good? How dare he play such a realistic battle without any skills? He should have played solo for a few years before competing with me in hand speed. Besides, he wanted to use me as a shield. Isn't he asking for it? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything else. He directly logged out of the game. Taking off the VR helmet on his head and turning off the switch, Hua Xiaoheng said to Gu Nianji, "Will he alert the enemy?" Gu Nianji also took off the VR helmet and said uncertainly, "I don't think so. If he can't take this little setback, how can he carry out the next mission? He still wants to steal the dragon and switch the phoenix. Let's see if I can catch them all in one fell swoop." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and put the VR helmet back on the shelf. He said in a low voice, "We know what Zhui Qinghong is going to do next, but that's not enough. We can't always follow behind him. We'll always be one step behind." Gu Nianji quickly nodded. "I think so too. We know what he's doing, but it's not enough. We have to take the initiative to attack at the same time." Hua Xiaoheng already had a plan. He looked at Gu Nianji and reached out to touch her face. He smiled and changed the topic to praise her. "You're so good at playing games. Our son can worship you as his master in the future." Gu Nianji was about to praise herself when she suddenly came back to her senses. She directly pounded Hua Xiaoheng's chest with her little fists and said coquettishly, "What son? Who's going to give you a son? We're not married yet, so we have to hurry up and prepare." Hua Xiaoheng held her messy hands and didn't allow her to escape. Gu Nianji didn't intend to agree to Hua Xiaoheng so easily. Besides, she still had to observe mourning for her mother. It was only 6 months, not even a year. Hua Xiaoheng had a headache. He knew that Gu Nianji had a knot in her heart. If he waited for her to untie it herself, he didn't know how long it would take. After that year of separation, Hua Xiaoheng just wanted to announce to the world that Gu Nianji was his wife, and no one could covet her. He now had the ability, status, and power to protect her. However, Gu Nianji was as stubborn as Lu Jin. If she could be persuaded so easily, she wouldn't be Gu Nianji. "You said you wanted to observe mourning for your mother for a year. It's been 6 months since you found out that Qin Suan is your biological mother." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and kissed her forehead. "There's still 6 months. It's just the right time to prepare. It's not too much of a rush, but it's not too much either. There's still 6 months. Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Nianji shook her head. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her to the sofa and began to reason with her. In ancient times, when people held weddings, big families almost had to prepare for more than a year. Although it's not that complicated now, with our current positions and the status of the guests we want to invite, we have to prepare for several months in advance. For example, Russian President Putin, who once said that he would come to our wedding to witness our marriage, has to be notified 6 months in advance. Otherwise, if he can't arrange his schedule, wouldn't that be a slap in the face in front of the world? This was today's first update, Chapter 21-26. He only admires the most awesome people. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Shidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to vote in double 3 days at the end of the month. P.S. Thank you to Love Hall and Zeb602 for the 10,000 Shidian coins each yesterday. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2140. Gu Nianji didn't take the bait at all. She said slyly, "That's okay. I'll inform him after my mourning period ends in 6 months. I don't care if I wait another 6 months or a year. Counting from now, he would have to wait for another year or a year and a half. But I care." Hua Xiaoheng patted her little face and patiently battled with her. "Nianji, do you really not want to marry me sooner? We're already living together now. Is there any difference between being married or not?" Gu Nianji said slowly. "Can't you wait another year or a year and a half?" "Of course not." Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and had no choice but to use his last resort. Save the country in a roundabout way. Without batting an eyelid, he continued to hug Gu Nianji in his arms and coax her. Seeing that she still wouldn't let go, he finally seemed to give up and said, "Fine. Actually, I was planning to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and use our marriage to spread the news and attract the attention of all parties." Gu Nianji blinked. "What do you mean? Whose attention?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. He was no longer in a hurry to get married. He said calmly, "It's nothing. Since you don't agree, I'll think of something else." "You did it on purpose." Gu Nianji grabbed his collar and looked up to see his Adam's apple protruding. She leaned over to kiss it and felt his entire body tense up. She finally laughed and said, "Hurry up and say it clearly. There's a lot more to it. Otherwise, I won't tell you, even if you beat me to death." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly became unyielding. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes, grabbed his hands, and put them behind his back. She made a binding gesture and interrogated him. "Leniency for those who confess, and severity for those who resist. You know our policy better than I do." Hua Xiaoheng almost burst out laughing. However, his many years of training were not for nothing. The expression on his face did not change in the slightest as he lightly said, "Stop messing around. I still have things to do. Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. You don't want to be unhappy, do you?" Gu Nianji also felt a little guilty. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, she had made Hua Xiaoheng unhappy. But the marriage, no, the wedding was a big deal. She still had a knot in her heart when Hua Xiaoheng forced her to sign the marriage certificate, and she couldn't find a way out of it. However, she wasn't very sure how to step down. She didn't want to tell Lu Jin about the twisted emotions in her heart. If only she had her mother by her side. It wasn't easy to tell her father about these things, but it was appropriate to tell her mother. She didn't even need to say anything, and her mother would teach her how to deal with it. Her mood worsened as well. Out of the corner of his eye, Hua Xiaoheng noticed that Gu Nianji's mood had suddenly plummeted and realized that he had gone overboard with his acting. He immediately wrapped his arms around her neck and pecked her on the lips. Changing the subject, he said, "If you don't want to, I won't force you. I still have some time today. I'm going to the place where Gua Huaning is being held to see how she's doing. Do you want to come with me?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and thought to herself that she had been too pretentious. She was the one who didn't want to set a wedding date first, and now she was feeling sorry for herself. How useless. She only pretended to be pretentious for a while before letting it go. She nodded and said obediently, "Go. I also want to see her before the trial." Will we try her in court? Gua Huining's case was relatively simple, so the prosecution didn't hire Gu Nianji as the defense lawyer. Therefore, if Gu Nianji wanted to know anything related to the case, she could only think of a way to visit her in the detention center. Moreover, she had to find a good reason, and Gua Huining had to agree to see her before she could see her. Without her status as the prosecution lawyer, she no longer had those privileges. Now that Hua Xiaoheng was going to see Gua Huining, Gu Nianji felt that it was a good opportunity to hitch a ride. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her up from the sofa. Yes, there was nothing special about her case, but recently someone hired a lawyer for her. It seems like she has something to rely on again and has started to retract her confession. Gu Nianji was speechless the entire way. When they reached the door, she said she can retract her confession in Gua Huining's case. Do we have to take out the surveillance footage and throw in her face to know how to spell the word confession? We don't have to worry about that. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. This is just a small fry. Let's see what they're up to. Gu Nianji also knew that Gua Huining's case was under the jurisdiction of the country, so it wasn't good for Hua Xiaoheng to interfere too much. Besides, Gua Huining was indeed just a small fry. Even if she retracted her confession, she wouldn't be able to make a big fuss. She was just curious about who the person Gua Huining was and why the other party chose Gua Huining as a breakthrough point. Hua Xiaoheng opened the car door to let her get in. He looked at his watch and said, "We still have 3 hours. After that, we'll go to old Master Shishan's place for a chat. Finally, we'll go to CEO Lu's house for dinner." The 15th day of the first lunar month was considered a small festival. According to the old customs, they were supposed to go see lanterns and guess lantern riddles. Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of the 15th day of the first lunar month in the other world and was slightly distracted. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and drove all the way to the detention center where Gua Huining was being held. As soon as the two of them got out of the car, they saw 2 fashionable and beautiful women also get out of the car and walk towards the gate of the detention center. Gu Nianji looked at the backs of the 2 women in front of her and quietly asked Hua Xiaoheng, "You deliberately chose this time to come, didn't you? Why didn't they come earlier or later, but on the 15th day of the first lunar month?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Why do you think so? The 2 people in front are obviously Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan. They have a pretty good relationship with Gua Huining. Could it be that they hired a lawyer for her?" Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and squeezed it. It's so easy to talk to smart people. He didn't need to explain any further. Hua Xiaoheng waited for Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan to go in before leading Gu Nianji into the detention center. He flashed his ID at the registration desk and asked to be a spectator for the people who came to visit Gua Huining today. Gua Huining's case was rather special. Although it was under the jurisdiction of the country, Hua Xiaoheng could still interfere because it was related to foreign forces. However, he couldn't do much. He could still monitor it, but everything else would depend on the situation. After the detention center staff registered Hua Xiaoheng's ID, they were brought to the room next to Gua Huining's visitation room. There was a one-way glass wall to see what was going on in the room next door. There was also a surveillance camera to see and hear the people talking on the small screen. Gu Nianji didn't sit in front of the surveillance camera. Instead, she crossed her arms in front of the one-way glass wall and looked at the room next door. It was a normal visitation room. The walls were covered with thick rubber, and the floor was also covered with rubber. There was a set of tables and chairs fixed to the ground in the middle of the room. It was divided into 2 rooms by a transparent, bulletproof glass wall. Gua Huining, Yi Xinyan, and Dou Ayan sat on opposite sides of the table separated by the glass wall. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 21-27 deliberately arrived on the dot. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support ticket. Remember to vote twice every 3 days after the end of the month. Mwah, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 21-41. Gua Huining's face was haggard. After more than 2 months in prison, she looked extremely dispirited. In the past, she always had a fluffy perm to show that she had plenty of hair. Now that she hadn't had a perm for a long time, her hairline was very obvious. Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan, on the other hand, looked fresh and beautiful. Both of them were dressed appropriately in custom-made suits. Isenyan was a fan of Morandi powder with a very light layer of gray. She used matte lipstick and her eyes were a little cold, but she still had a smile on her lips. Do-Ayan maintained her fairy-like persona. She wore a very distinctive sky blue Marquesa winter dress with tiny blue flowers that looked just like the real thing. These two beauties, each with their own style, sat opposite Gwahuaning, making Gwahuaning look 10 years older. Gwahuaning's eyes showed a hint of joy when she saw them come in, but after seeing their clothes, her eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. She pursed her lips and looked at them without saying a word. Do-Ayan thought Gwahuaning would be grateful to them, but Gwahuaning looked at them without saying a word, and the look in her eyes wasn't as kind as she expected. Do-Ayan frowned and said unhappily, "Huaning, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy?" Gwahuaning clenched her fists tightly on the table, desperately trying to control herself to suppress the displeasure in her heart. She twitched the corners of her mouth and forced a smile. "It's nothing. I'm happy to see you guys today." Do-Ayan curled her lips in disdain. "Huaning, why aren't you telling us the truth? Do you know how good we are to you? Your own parents and family don't care about you. We're the ones who hired a lawyer for you." Gwahuaning's expression darkened even more. Isenyan stopped Do-Ayan and said softly, "Ayan, Huaning is in a bad mood right now. You have to understand her." Her voice was a little hoarse, but it had an indescribable mature charm to it. Her imperial accent was perfect, and if it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't a trace of accent in her voice, people would think that she was born and raised in the imperial capital. Gwahuaning had always admired Isenyan, and now that she had taken the initiative to help her and was better at talking than Do-Ayan, she felt a little better. Gwahuaning nodded at Isenyan and said softly, "Thank you, Miss C. I will always remember those who help me." Isenyan gave a faint smile. Do-Ayan was a little unhappy that Gwahuaning was favoring one over the other, but she still braced herself and said, "Huaning, we came to see you today to discuss your case." "Discuss the case with me? Shouldn't it be up to the lawyers to discuss this? Didn't you say you hired a lawyer for me? Are they also from America?" Gwahuaning asked eagerly. "No, you're Chinese, so it's not good for you to use an American lawyer," Isenyan explained patiently. Her eyes were calm as she said calmly, "So the lawyer we found for you is Jean Wani, a senior lawyer from the largest law firm in the country." Gwahuaning raised her eyebrows and said bluntly, "I've never heard of this person. Are you sure she can argue with Gunyinji?" Gwahuaning had read about Gunyinji's lawsuit against Kevin's American team of lawyers in the newspaper. She was afraid of Gunyinji, but she also felt a deep sense of disdain. She knew it was a morbid contradiction, but there was nothing she could do about it. Isenyan smiled and leaned back in her chair. She said lazily, "Why does she have to argue with Gunyinji? Is that necessary?" "Of course it's necessary." Gwahuaning was agitated. She sat up straight and slammed her fist on the table. "You guys don't know how sly Gunyinji is. Even those famous American lawyers are no match for her. If you're going to find someone to defend me, I might as well defend myself." She was also a top student from the most famous B University law school in the imperial capital. Although she had never been a defense lawyer, she was definitely better than Jean Wani, a lawyer she had never heard of before. Do-Ayan rolled her eyes. "Don't think too highly of yourself. The prosecution didn't even ask Gunyinji to be their defense lawyer. What are you worried about?" Gwahuaning was shocked. The prosecution didn't ask Gunyinji to be their defense lawyer? "Yes, because the prosecution doesn't think you have enough weight as a defendant. They don't need Gunyinji to appear in court to deal with you," Do-Ayan said harshly. Gwahuaning was so angry she almost fell over. Isenyan curled her lips and explained, "Lawyer Jean Wani is not an ordinary lawyer. She has also won many well-known cases. Her winning rate is 99%. Gwahuaning sneered. "There's still a 1% losing case? Who did she lose to?" "The only person Jean Wani had ever lost to was Gunyinji." Isenyan laughed dryly. "I didn't investigate that, but her winning rate is 99%. In my opinion, it's almost 100%. The point is that she has never lost to other lawyers." Gua Huaining caught the flaw in her words and said, "So Jean Wani has fought against Gunyinji, and she lost the case? Is that what you mean?" "Haha, Huaining, you're too sharp." Isinyan laughed and continued. "The reason we came here today is to ask you if you have any requests. You know, there are always winners and losers in a lawsuit. Although Jean Wani is also very good, we can't be sure she will win." Do Ayin continued, "But the chances of winning are still very high. As far as I know, the person the prosecution is looking for is a lawyer working in the Cabinet Justice Department. This person hasn't fought many cases outside, so it will be easy for Jean Wani to win against him." "I see." Gua Huaining breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that there were benefits to being looked down on by the other party. Otherwise, if they really sent Gun Yinji, she would be in trouble. Gua Huaining looked down and thought for a moment, then said, "I hope to meet with the lawyer you hired. I request to plead not guilty. I'm also a victim. I was used. When Kevin used me as a shield, they saw it with their own eyes." Isinyan leaned forward and placed one arm on the table in front of her. She said slowly, "But Song Jining has evidence of you sending her messages and photos. She accuses you of working with Kevin to trick her away." Gua Huaining's face flushed and she stammered, "I didn't. That photo was of Gun Yinji. I only sent it to Song Jining to remind her. What did I do wrong? And then I was drugged and passed out, so I didn't know anything. When I woke up, I was already in Kevin's hands and being held hostage." From this point of view, Gua Huaining could indeed get away with it. As long as Jean Wani could prove that Gua Huaining didn't know about Kevin's plan and didn't conspire with him, then she would be a victim and not an accomplice. This is the first chapter of the day, Chapter 21-28, You're Not Enough. There were 2 chapters today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Shidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to double the monthly tickets on the last 3 days of the month. P.S. Thank you, my beloved cousin, for the 10,000 Shidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 21-42. Isinyan listened intently as Gua Huaining rambled on about her grievances. After a while, she suddenly asked, "What about General Hua? Would he be willing to testify for you?" Gua Huaining choked and almost choked. She asked in surprise, "Hua? General Hua?" "Yes." Do Ayin couldn't wait any longer. "Aren't you discussing marriage with General Hua? In your current state, can't he come and help you?" Gua Huaining was so ashamed that she wanted to hide under the table. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists. "General Hua is so busy. Why would he testify for me? Although he saw me being held hostage by Kevin that day, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. Instead, he accused me of being Kevin's accomplice." "Huh? How could that be?" Do Ayin screamed exaggeratedly. She knew about this from the start. She had seen the video at the time. She deliberately brought it up now to embarrass Gua Huaining. This Gua Huaining thought she had Hua Guanchen on her side and didn't even care about her. This was retribution. However, Isinyan did not think the same as her. She looked at Gua Huaining with a smile and said slowly, "Actually, it doesn't matter if General Hua is willing to testify for you. What's important is that he won't testify and he doesn't want to be dragged into this case." Do Ayin didn't understand. Why is that? Wouldn't it be great if General Hua could testify for Huining? He's in a high position. His words should carry a lot of weight. Don't you understand? General Hua is only using Huining as bait to catch a big fish. But what does Huining have to do with his things? He's using her for nothing. What do you think the public will think of him if Huining reveals what General Hua did in court? Isinyan was obviously more experienced in manipulating public opinion. She calmly analyzed the situation. For someone like General Hua, he never wanted to be high profile, and he didn't need exposure. So if he's involved in this case, no matter what his motives are, he won't gain anything in the end. With the public's attention on this case, Hua Guanchen's military career would be over once his name and rank were revealed. Do you understand? Huaining, you can ask General Hua to testify for you, but your ultimate goal isn't to get him to testify in court, but to get him to intervene in the trial of this case. Isinyan's slender fingers tapped on the table. Your lawyer will teach you the rest. Guahuaning didn't quite understand what Isinyan was saying, but she already vaguely understood what she meant. Do-Ayan looked at Isinyan suspiciously, then looked at Guahuaning. She felt that the two of them seemed to have reached some sort of tacit agreement, and she was very unhappy that she was left out. In the room next door, Xiaoheng stood up and said, "Let's go talk to Guahuaning." Gunyinji turned around in surprise. But Isinyan and Do-Ayan haven't finished talking yet. I just want to interrupt their rhythm. Xiaoheng smiled as he took her hand and interlocked their fingers. In the reception room Guahuaning was in, the detention center staff walked over and coughed lightly. While Isinyan and Do-Ayan were talking, the staff politely asked, "Are you two done?" Isinyan raised her head in surprise and looked at her watch. "Not yet. We're a family and friends, so we should have half an hour to meet. I'm sorry, but there's a higher authority coming to understand the situation. If you don't want it to end, you'll have to wait," the staff said with a smile, as if this was a trivial matter. Do-Ayan was furious, and Isinyan's expression didn't look too good. Guahuaning was as quiet as a cicada in winter. She didn't know who was coming to interrogate her. Isinyan's expression was dark as she said dryly, "Who wants to question us? Can't they come in after we're done talking? Is there a first-come, first-serve rule?" The detention center staff smiled faintly. "We're just following the rules. According to the detention center's visitor protocol, the authority of the higher authority is greater than that of the suspect's family in lawyer visiting. So as long as the higher authority has a need, we must satisfy them first." Do-Ayan pouted disdainfully. "What's with all the airs? Do you have the right procedures? Or do you want to set up a private courtroom? Force a confession?" The detention center staff wasn't happy either. The corners of her mouth twitched. "Our reception room is monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The monitoring is also uploaded to the higher authority in the cloud. Set up a private courtroom? What kind of place do you think the detention center is? In ancient times?" Do-Ayan looked around anxiously when she heard there was always surveillance. Isinyan and Guahuaning were already mentally prepared. They were only confirming it now. They looked at each other. Isinyan said, "Then we'll go out first. We'll come in after they finish talking to you." It was good to know who came to ask Guahuaning about the situation and what they asked. It would be good to go back and tell Jinwani so she could be more prepared. They had originally planned to bring Jinwani with them today. However, Jinwani didn't take it seriously after finding out Gunyinji wasn't the prosecution lawyer. She said it was the 15th of the Lunar New Year and she was meeting her fiancé in Sea City, so she couldn't come with them. Isinyan and Do-Ayan stood up together. Just as they were about to leave, they saw the door to the reception room open. Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji slowly walked in. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and handsome. His handsome face was as bright as the sun. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look at him directly. Gunyinji was dainty and smart. Her tall figure was like a little bird in front of Hua Xiaoheng. More importantly, their fingers were intertwined. They didn't look like higher-up staff at all. Isinyan, Guahuaning, and Do-Ayan's eyes fell on Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng's intertwined hands in unison. They slowly moved up to look at their faces. The couple's expressions were calm and serene. It was impossible to tell what was going on in their hearts. Do-Ayan was the first to lose her temper. She immediately pointed at Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji. She said to the detention center staff, "These are the higher-ups you were talking about. What higher-up is she?" Do-Ayan pointed at Gunyinji. Gunyinji frowned. She said unhappily, "Do-Ayan, you've had a good upbringing since you were a child. Why are you pointing at people? Don't you know it's rude? Uneducated?" She and Hua Xiaoheng had come over at this time on purpose. Do-Ayan flushed with anger at Gunyinji. Her chest heaved up and down as she said angrily, "It's none of your business. I'm only asking if you have the authority to interrogate Guahuaning. I don't have the right to interrogate anyone." Gunyinji said lightly, "I said that the higher-ups are just here to understand the situation, but you made it sound like an interrogation." It's true that you can create rumors with one mouth, but you have to run your legs to refute them. This is today's second chapter. Chapter 2129. What kind of superior organization? It's 2 o'clock today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Shidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to vote twice every 3 days at the end of the month. Moi moi. Everyone, little angels. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 2143. Do-Ayan wanted to jump up and curse. Isinyan quickly pulled her back and whispered, "You guys say it's true. You set the rules. Why bother? You're all millennia-old foxes. Why are you playing games with us?" As she spoke, she led Do-Ayan out of the reception room. Gunyinji looked at their backs and snorted. She said slowly, "Missy, are you saying that you're like us? People who work for the government? You're American, right? Are you working for the U.S. government? But aren't you a gold medal analyst? Did I remember wrong?" This was a warning to Isinyan. If there was really something wrong with her, she might panic and contact her superior organization. Isinyan only thought it was ridiculous and turned a glance at Gunyinji. Chief Gu is getting better at making accusations. If I wasn't working for the U.S. government, would you commit suicide to apologize? Gunyinji snickered and shook her head. Committing suicide to apologize is the Japanese's second favorite thing to do. Why would I learn from them? Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and laughed darkly. The Japanese's second favorite thing to do? What's their first favorite thing to do? Of course it's bowing to apologize. You don't even know that? Gunyinji glared at Hua Xiaoheng, her eyes flirtatious. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a straight face and said dryly, "Bowing is a great country. That's not surprising." Gunyinji covered her mouth and laughed against Hua Xiaoheng's chest. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her shoulders lovingly and whispered, "Naughty." Isinyan's calm expression almost cracked. She turned her head away, the veins on her neck bulging. Do-Ayan's eyes almost popped out of her head. She trembled with anger. "Are you guys here for business or to show off your love? Don't you know the saying, love shows get you killed faster?" Gunyinji leaned against Hua Xiaoheng's chest, her expression bright and moving as she said proudly, "Is there a conflict between business and love? Do-Ayan, you're really not good at logic. Did you drop out too early? Have you forgotten all your first-year law knowledge?" Do-Ayan's face alternated between red and white. After a while, she stamped her foot and sneered, "Stop dreaming. Do you really think you become a phoenix? Look at her. She's a good example for you." Do-Ayan pointed her finger at Gua Huaining, who was behind the glass wall. Gua Huaining was so jealous that her face contorted with jealousy when she saw how close the two were. Gua Huaining wasn't angered by Do-Ayan's words this time. Instead, she laughed along with her. "Ayan is right. Someone is having the same dream I had. Now that I've woken up from my dream, yours will also soon come to an end." She pointed at Gunyinji and convulsed with laughter. "Do you think it's so easy to get into the Hua family? Guanchen won't let you in. How long have you been engaged to this Hua Xiao? Let me tell you, to these rich young masters, an engagement is not even worth a fart. They can go back on their word at any time." Gunyinji mustered up all her acting skills and tightened her grip on Hua Xiaoheng's hand. She rolled her eyes and said arrogantly, "Gua Huaining, don't think that just because you weren't able to marry into the Hong family or get engaged to General Hua, you can judge others by your own standards and think that you're the benchmark of a wealthy family. No one can surpass you if they're not as tall as you, right?" She turned to look at Gua Huaining and smiled slyly. "Unfortunately, I'm taller than you and have longer legs, so I can surpass you if you can't." She even kicked her long legs, which were wearing a pair of boots, in a very high-profile manner. Do-Ayan was shocked and quickly took a step back. Isinyan supported her and said calmly, "Chief Gu, when the moon is full, the water will overflow, and when the moon is full, the water will overflow. Not to mention an engagement, even if they get married, they can still get a divorce. For a wealthy family, this is not a rare thing." "Oh, Miss E seems to know a lot about rich and powerful families." Gun Yinji asked with a smile. The dimples on her lips were faintly discernible. Do Ian blurted out, "Of course not. Actually, rich and powerful families are the most cautious about marriage and the least likely to divorce. The highest divorce rate is the nouveau riche." This was a complete slap to Yi Xinyan's face. Gun Yinji was speechless. Yi Xinyan was slapped in the face and could no longer maintain her calm expression. Her expression changed slightly, and she smiled. "Ian, you speak as if you know a lot. But your father, the former Prime Minister Do, also climbed up from the bottom of society." She was implying that he was inferior to the nouveau riche. Do Ian knew she'd said the wrong thing, but she didn't want Yi Xinyan to talk about her father like that. She pursed her lips and said, "My mommy's family is the Yin family, one of the top families in the imperial capital. What misunderstanding do you have about me?" Gun Yinji tilted her head and smiled as she watched the two of them almost fighting. She couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. "Missy, which family are you from?" "I've never heard of a large Huaxiao family with the surname Yi." "There are no large Huaxiao families with the surname Yi, much less Gu." Yi Xinyan reprimanded coldly. "Chief, Gu should focus on work. Our family backgrounds have nothing to do with you." As she spoke, she pulled Do Ian towards the door. Do Ian was so irritated by Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji's intimate position that she couldn't speak properly. She staggered with Yi Xinyan and said angrily, "What's the big deal? Get engaged if you can. Get married if you can." Gun Yinji's expression changed, and she looked like she wanted to pounce on Do Ian and hit her. Hua Xiaoheng quickly grabbed her waist, afraid she would get too carried away. Do Ian saw Gun Yinji's expression and laughed out loud. "I hit a sore spot, ha!" She didn't stop laughing when Hua Xiaoheng suddenly took Gun Yinji's hand and knelt down on one knee in front of her. "Yinji, marry me." He looked at Gun Yinji's jade-like eyes and seemed to be bewitched as he kissed her delicate palm. "I love you. Marry me." Yi Xinyan and Do Ian couldn't believe their ears and hearing and turned to look. What did they just see? Hua Xiaoheng, who held a high position at such a young age, was ruthless, but was also good at playing politics, was actually bowing his noble head in front of Gun Yinji. He still had a majestic aura, even as he knelt on one knee, but he was neither servile nor overbearing. He was full of sincerity and showed Gun Yinji enough respect. Gun Yinji didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to put on such an act. He only said he was going to deliberately show off his love to provoke Yi Xinyan, Do Ian, and Guahuaning. He was going beyond the line. This is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 2130. He's going beyond the line. There were 2 chapters today, 9 p.m. the next night. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to double the monthly tickets 3 days after the end of the month. P.S. Thank you to Wu AI Tang for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels, genius 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 2144. However, Gun Yinji liked Hua Xiaoheng's attitude very much. A simple sentence was enough for Gun Yinji, no matter the occasion or the reason. The love and respect she wanted were all given by this man, and she only wanted it from him. What else was there for her to be dissatisfied with in this life? Although the two of them had already gotten a marriage certificate, Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gun Yinji wouldn't recognize a marriage certificate under those circumstances. To him, the marriage certificate was just a stopgap measure. What he wanted was for Gun Yinji to marry him willingly, be with him, have children, and spend the rest of her life with him. Gun Yinji had been avoiding him and refusing to hold a public wedding with him. Hua Xiaoheng knew that she still had a knot in her heart. He didn't want to find a psychiatrist to help Gun Yinji solve this problem. He decided to be her psychiatrist himself. For this step, he had also read many psychology books and even discussed it with Lu Jin, the potential expert in psychology. Today's situation was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gun Yinji thought that Hua Xiaoheng was still acting, but her eyes reddened uncontrollably. Tears gathered quietly. She didn't want to cry at a time like this. Looking at Hua Xiaoheng kneeling in front of her on one knee and proposing. Gunyinji held back her tears and smiled. Didn't you already propose? You've already given me the diamond ring. Why are you doing it again? Get up quickly. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you for kneeling in a place like this? This is a marriage proposal, Hua Xiaoheng said seriously. It's not an engagement proposal. He looked at Gunyinji intently and said, the location of the marriage proposal isn't important. As long as you can agree, I can kneel for you anywhere. Promise me that we'll hold the wedding in 6 months, okay? I've begged you many times, but you've always refused. Today, their words reminded me that what if I'm engaged? It doesn't mean that you'll definitely marry me. That's why I can't wait any longer. Ninji, give me a chance. Let me take care of you for the rest of your life. Hua Xiaoheng's words were sincere and his acting skills were superb. The Oscars could no longer measure him. Gunyinji was overcome with emotion, but she couldn't help but be secretly delighted. She was like a little kitten that had finally caught the ball of yarn it had been yearning for. She wanted nothing more than to hold it in her arms and meow, then roll around on the ground happily. She thought that Hua Xiaoheng was acting, but no one knew. Gua Huaining, who was behind him, felt that her face had been slapped swollen. She had always wanted to marry into a wealthy family. She had first wasted 10 years in a Hong family, and then almost lost her life for Hua Guanchen. In the end, no one was willing to marry her. But Gunyinji, what right did she have? She was the one who didn't want to marry. How preposterous! Do Ain's jaw almost dropped to the ground. She stared at the scene and stammered. What? Gunyinji actually refused to marry because of you? Did I hear that right? A haze flashed across Xinyan's eyes. She quickly looked down at the ground and let out a soft laugh. Actually, Xinyan, Do Ayan, and Gua Huaining didn't suspect Hua Xiaoheng's motives at all. From their point of view, a man of Hua Xiaoheng's status would kneel in front of everyone and ask his fiancée to agree to a wedding date. He must love her to the core. Otherwise, why would he go this far for a woman who didn't match his status? Gunyinji must have saved the galaxy in her past life. Although they disliked Gunyinji in every way, they had to admit that she was much better at judging men than they were. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Gunyinji and gently held her hand. Promise me, Ninji, I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. You won't regret marrying me. Gunyinji sensed 6 pairs of resentful, jealous, and envious gazes fixed on her. She smiled sweetly and nodded. Okay. She pulled Hua Xiaoheng up and said happily, I promise you, we'll hold the wedding in 6 months. Gunyinji leaned her head against Hua Xiaoheng's chest obediently. I'll listen to you. I just want to be a beautiful bride. Okay? Okay. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her with both arms and sighed. The little girl had finally agreed. The wedding date was set, so he could relax and prepare for the wedding. At the same time, the various forces would also hear about his wedding and start to get restless. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Gunyinji in his arms and saw Xinyan and Do Ain's expressions out of the corner of his eye. Xinyan pursed her lips and rolled her eyes disdainfully. She growled, let's go. She pushed open the door to the guest room like a gust of wind and walked out. Do Ayan stomped her feet and said, you'll definitely get a divorce. Then she ran out as well. Gunyinji heard the door close and was about to push Hua Xiaoheng's arms away when he gently pinched her waist. Gunyinji snapped back to reality and remembered that Gua Huaining was still in the room. She hid her head in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and smiled sheepishly. Gunyinji thought that if Hua Xiaoheng hadn't told her that she could use this matter to observe the reactions of all parties, she really wouldn't have agreed to hold the wedding in 6 months. Hua Xiaoheng knew her too well. He knew that once this private matter was linked to work, she wouldn't be able to say no. This man not only knew her very well, but he was also willing to rack his brains and do all he could for her. If this wasn't love, she didn't know what was. Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng turned around like a pair of conjoined twins to face Gua Huaining on the other side of the glass wall. Gua Huaining couldn't catch her breath and almost suffocated to death. Her face was purple, and after a long time, she finally gasped for air and clutched her neck. Did you guys purposely come here to piss me off? Gun Yinji and Hui Xiaoheng sat in the seats that Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan had just sat in. Gun Yinji tilted her head with a smile. Gua Huaning, you're still so full of yourself. What do you have to make me piss you off? Gua Huaning's anger was stifled. She stood up immediately and said angrily, I don't want to see you. I don't want to talk to you. That's not up to you. Gun Yinji said nonchalantly, I advise you to be a human being and sit down. The corners of Gua Huaning's mouth twitched as she glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was cold and stern. He didn't have the tender and sweet look he had when he looked at Gun Yinji earlier. His gaze was like ice. Gua Huaning couldn't help but shrink back and slowly sit down. She tried her best to turn her head away from Hua Xiaoheng. She only looked at Gun Yinji and said coldly, What the hell do you want? This is the second update of the day. Chapter 2131. I advise you to be a human being. There are 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone for your recommendation tickets and Shidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to vote twice every 3 days after the end of the month. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2145. Gun Yinji looked at her quietly for a while and said, Gua Huaning, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Do you want it? Redeem myself? Gua Huaning only wanted to sneer. What crime did I commit? Don't try to trick me into confessing. Do I need to trick you into confessing? Gun Yinji glared at her. Don't forget what you did too quickly. I was wronged. I'm the victim. Gua Huaning screamed at the top of her lungs and repeated what she had said to Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan. However, her words could convince Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan, but not Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji leaned forward and was almost pressed against the glass wall. You're not guilty? You found someone to kidnap Madame Song and wanted to sell her to the Black Forest in Southeast Asia. Don't think that no one will find out just because you didn't succeed. Her voice was soft, but in Gua Huaning's ears, it was like a sharp knife stabbing straight into her chest. Gua Huaning's expression changed and looked at Gun Yinji like she had seen a ghost. Her lips trembled, and after a while, she denied, I didn't. You're slandering me. She had deleted those texts a long time ago, and everything else was said over the phone. She didn't believe Gun Yinji could have recorded it. However, Gua Huaning's face paled when she thought of the recording. Could it be that someone was monitoring her phone? She was still a law-abiding citizen at the time. How could her phone be monitored? Gua Huaning's mood suddenly rose, and she sneered. Don't tell your superiors that my phone is being monitored. I'm going to sue you for violating my civil rights. The surveillance evidence you obtained illegally can't be used as evidence in court. You're pretty smart. Gun Yinji supported her head with one hand and leaned lazily against the table in front of her. She glanced at Gua Huaning with the other eye. Are you admitting that you did these things? But we don't have legal evidence, so we can't sue you? Gua Huaning, no, I didn't say that. I only said that if you monitor my phone, I can sue you for violating my civil rights. You're quite stubborn. No wonder you're my schoolmate. Gun Yinji nodded with a smile. Gua Huaning couldn't help but retort. Only undergraduates from B University are qualified to be my alumni. Are you even qualified? This identity was almost the only thing she could be proud of and rely on. Gun Yinji grunted and said, Then I really don't deserve it. But I'm quite happy that you don't acknowledge me as your schoolmate, because I've always felt that it was quite embarrassing to have you as my schoolmate. Gua Huaning was so angry that her face turned red, and even her eyes turned red. She seemed to be extremely angry. Gun Yinji raised her hand and pressed it down. She said calmly, Why are you angry? Can anger solve the problem? Gua Huaning, I don't know what's going on in your mind. You never get the point. No wonder your working ability is average, and old Madame Hong can't accept you after so many years. Old Madame Hong was a ruthless person, and Gun Yinji admired her a little. Gua Huaning stood up abruptly and punched the glass wall in front of her. The burning pain on the back of her hand sobered her up a little. Gun Yinji didn't say anything else and just looked at her quietly. After a long time, Gua Huaning sat back in her chair and frowned. What do you want? I came to ask you something. Gun Yinji sat up straight and stopped provoking Guo Huaining. Guo Huaining's case could be big or small. If she was willing to cooperate, it wasn't impossible to fight for leniency. But from the looks of it, she probably wouldn't want to cooperate with Gun Yinji. Therefore, Gun Yinji didn't have much hope. She only wanted to get some clues from the clues that Hua Xiaoheng revealed to verify her inference. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gun Yinji's shoulder. "Don't worry." He turned to look at Guo Huaining and asked dryly, "I heard that the foreign doctor you found for my grandfather was Kevin." Guo Huaining definitely wasn't at the level where she could directly know that doctor. Someone had introduced her to him. With Dr. Tony's status in the American medical community, even though Ian and Deputy Director Jia couldn't invite him, but Kevin could. Guo Huaining froze for a moment before remembering who Hua Xiaoheng was talking about. It was Dr. Tony who had performed surgery to wake grandfather Hua from a vegetative state. Hua Guanxin had taken a liking to her and opened a door to a new world for her. "How did you meet Kevin?" Hua Xiaoheng asked one question after another, not giving Guo Huaining any breathing room. Although Guo Huaining could be stubborn in front of Gun Yinji, she couldn't help answering Hua Xiaoheng's questions. "I didn't know him at first. Yi Xinyan and Do Ian introduced me to him." Guo Huaining answered honestly. Hua Xiaoheng asked again, "Why did they help you? Why did they give you this opportunity? Why did they want you to hook up with Chief Hua?" Guo Huaining was very embarrassed. She mumbled, "I was in a bad situation at the time. They helped me because they wanted Chief Hua to owe me a favor and let me put in a good word for him in front of Gun Yinji." At the time, she had offended Gun Yinji because of a reserved seat. Then for some reason, the Hong Corporation's new energy electric scooter, which she had initiated, was suddenly exposed. Then she was like a waterfall from Mount Lu, rushing straight down the drain. Gun Yinji chuckled and interrupted Guo Huaining. "Do you still think that way?" "What do I think?" Guo Huaining glanced at Gun Yinji. "You said they helped you find Dr. Tony because they wanted to help you. That way Chief would owe you a favor." Gun Yinji repeated Guo Huaining's words. Guo Huaining hesitated. "Isn't that the case? Kevin is that kind. Did you forget how he used you as a shield to block bullets on Christmas Eve?" Gun Yinji tapped her fingers on the table twice. Guo Huaining snapped out of her daze. Her face turned ashen again. She was completely dejected. "Isn't that their goal?" "Of course not." Gun Yinji almost wanted to brainwash Guo Huaining. "Think about it carefully. Are they angels sending you to heaven or demons dragging you to hell?" Hua Xiaoheng guided her appropriately. "Have you ever thought about how the Hong Corporation's new energy electric scooter project started?" With Hua Xiaoheng's reminder, Guo Huaining began to understand. She thought about it for a while and said, "That happened in the middle of last year. The Hong Corporation was discussing the direction of future development. At the time, the shareholders had different opinions. Some wanted to be listed, some didn't. Some wanted to be listed domestically, while others wanted to be listed overseas. No one had a unified opinion. This was the first chapter of the day, Chapter 2132, Never Getting the Point. There were 2 chapters today, 8 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. The monthly tickets will be doubled. Looking for monthly tickets. P.S. Thank you to Wu AI Tang for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2146. I said at the time that since we couldn't come to an agreement, why don't we get a professional to evaluate and see which format we're suitable for? Guo Huaining was lost in her memories. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng listened intently. Then I went to consult a professional to see which investment bank was more familiar with this area of business. Then someone introduced Carlyle International Investments top analyst, Yi Xinyan, and the Huaxia region's deputy director Jia. Guo Huaining recounted everything. Then Do Ian, who was interning at this company, personally contacted me and said she was my schoolmate. Gun Yinji immediately asked, "You consulted a professional? Which professional?" Guo Huaining's eyes suddenly wavered, and she didn't dare look Gun Yinji in the eye. She put her hand down and fiddled with the hem of her shirt. Her eyes were lowered and her shoulders trembled slightly. Hua Xiaoheng studied Gua Huaning calmly. Law firms usually have more professionals when it comes to mergers and acquisitions and listing of companies, right? Gunyinji nodded. I wanted to say that too. Gua Huaning, which law firm did you consult? Mergers and acquisitions and listing of companies were the main focus of many law firms. The money they could collect in this area was more effective than any lawsuit. Once they became famous and had connections, it was the same as lying down and counting money. Therefore, the larger law firms usually didn't give up on this area. Small and medium-sized law firms, on the other hand, would only be able to get a share of this business unless they burned incense or had a strong background. Gunyinji originally guessed that this professional was from one of the 4 famous Huaxiao law firms. In the end, Gua Huaning dawdled for a long time and whispered the name of a law firm. The Sovereign Descends. Gunyinji was shocked. What? Which law firm? Tell me clearly. Gua Huaning rolled her eyes and glanced at Gunyinji. She couldn't help smiling resentfully when she saw her lose her composure. It was as if the hatred in her heart could no longer be suppressed and was about to overflow from her narrow-minded heart. I said, the Sovereign Descends Law Office. Gua Huaning grinned, revealing 8 large white teeth. The Sovereign Descends Law Office? Are you sure that's the name? Even Hua Xiaoheng was slightly moved. It was this law firm again. Not long ago, because of Gua Huaning's bad blood with the Hong family, Gunyinji's reputation was implicated, so Hua Xiaoheng personally led his men to raid the law firm. The Sovereign Descent law firm was also a law firm established by He Zhiqiu in the Huaxia Empire when he came to this world to look for Gunyinji. However, when He Zhiqiu returned to the other world more than a year ago, he had already transferred all his rights in a hurry. The person who took over the Monarch Descends law firm was very good at making money. The scale of the Monarch Descends law firm was already catching up to the 4th largest law firm in China, and it was about to overtake the 4th largest law firm in China. A small law firm that can't even reach the sky or the earth, but in just a year and a half, it suddenly made a lot of money. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. Gunyinji pouted. Gua Huaning smiled meaningfully. You don't believe me, but I do. Although this law firm is small, its backer and background are not small. Miss Gu should know about it, right? Gunyinji's eyes widened and she blurted out. What do I know? Although this law firm was founded by my mentor, He Zhiqiu, he has already transferred the rights. And when he owned this law firm's business was only SOSO. At that time, He Zhiqiu was registered in the Huaxiao Empire as a foreign law firm, and his main purpose wasn't to take on business at all, but to find Gunyinji. You also know that this was founded by Professor He. Gua Huaning seemed to have gained some confidence. She smiled and said, although Professor He hadn't gone to teach at B University when I graduated, he was still a professor at B University's Faculty of Law. The doctoral students he mentored back then are all now independent figures, and one of them even entered the Imperial Capital Supreme Court and is already a judge. He Zhiqiu had only been here for a total of a few years, and his doctoral student was already a judge? Gunyinji blinked. She was a bit confused by the situation. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and changed the topic again. The Sovereign Descent law firm also acted as old Madame Hong's legal representative back then. It seems like you were the one who led it, right? Gua Huaning spread her hands. I don't know about that. I was already kicked out by old Madame Hong at that time. If you're interested, you can go look for old Madame Hong. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment. When he brought his men to investigate the Sovereign Descent law firm, the reason he used was that the people of Chaoyang City had reported that there were a lot of foreigners going in and out of the law firm and that there might be spies. They took away a batch of materials and handed over some of the violations to the relevant departments to rectify according to the law. However, they didn't find anything about spies. However, they discovered that the boss of the Sovereign Descent law firm was more involved in the whole incident than they had imagined. Therefore, 2 months ago, they conducted a comprehensive investigation of the Sovereign Descent law firm, from the boss to the employees. Because of the relatively large commotion, the boss of the Sovereign Descent law firm didn't return to the Huaxia Empire after learning about it from overseas. Hua Xiaoheng silently crossed the Sovereign Descent law firm in his mind. Gunyinji also frowned and asked, "You asked the sovereign descent law firm for advice on mergers and acquisitions and listing, and they recommended Carlyle International Investments, LLC?" Gua Huaining nodded. "Yes, they said that Carlyle International Investments, LLC is the largest investment bank in the world and has assets under management in the tens of billions. If our Hong Corporation wants to break through the bottleneck, our next development should be evaluated by a professional company like this and provide reasonable suggestions." When Gunyinji was studying law, she had also encountered this kind of content. She said with uncertainty, "The sovereign descent law firm really recommended Carlyle to you?" "As far as I know, although the Hong Corporation isn't a small company, to Carlyle, this piece of meat isn't very lucrative. In the case of mergers and acquisitions and listing, a small potato like the Hong Corporation wasn't worth their attention. The sovereign descent law firm only recommended this one investment consulting company?" Gunyinji asked worriedly. Gunyinji stared into Gua Huaining's eyes and emphasized, "Don't make things up. I could check the relevant records of the sovereign descent law firm and the Hong Corporation. For consulting services like this, there are always reports written in black and white. You can't even make things up even if you want to." Gua Huaining pouted and snorted. She looked at the ceiling and said, "Yes, you're good. The sovereign descent law firm didn't just recommend Carlyle for strategy consulting. They also recommended a few other companies." She mentioned the names of a few investment banks that did strategy consulting. They weren't very large and were more professional. They overlapped with the Hong Corporation's business. Gunyinji smiled and said, "That's more like it. If a sovereign descent law firm was reliable, they wouldn't have recommended a giant investment bank like Carlyle right off the bat. But why did they recommend Carlyle later?" Gua Huaining stammered a few times, but was forced into a corner by Gunyinji. She finally said, "I wasn't very satisfied with the list they provided the first time, so I told them I wanted the biggest and best investment bank in the industry to consult, so that they recommended Carlyle. This is the second update for today. Chapter 2133, Can't Go Up, Can't Go Down. There are two updates for today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Shidian's golden keyboard support tickets. The monthly tickets will be doubled. Looking for monthly tickets. Moi. Everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2147. You're always dreaming. Gunyinji shook her head with a smile. Should I say that you have high aspirations but low abilities? Or do you have high aspirations? Have you ever considered that Carlyle might not accept your business, even if you want to work as a consultant? You can think whatever you want. Gua Huaining looked at Gunyinji with an unreadable expression. Anyway, Carlyle accepted and even sent their best analyst to help us with the plan. Ha, what a coincidence. Gunyinji narrowed her eyes as her mind raced. She muttered, "What if this is also a setup? But why would they look for you as a breakthrough point?" The Hong Corporation wasn't a particularly well-known private company in the country, so Gua Huaining wasn't a particularly suitable candidate. Regardless of whether their ultimate goal was Song Jining or Gua Huaining wasn't a particularly good candidate. She had almost no interaction with Gunyinji and Song Jining, and they weren't very familiar with each other. The only interaction Gua Huaining had with Gunyinji was during the winter 2 years ago. They had dinner together with Hua Xiaoheng's childhood friend, Xue Jingjiang, and a few other friends. Gunyinji instinctively tapped her fingers on the table as her eyes fell on Gua Huaining's face. She suddenly thought of her entanglement with Hua Guanchen. Even if Hua Guanchen was putting on an act, he had chosen Gua Huaining to act. Other women couldn't even get close to him. It was obvious that Gua Huaining was still somewhat attractive to Hua Guanchen, right? Gunyinji still didn't know much about men's mentality. She felt that there must be a link between all of this that she didn't know about. However, Hua Xiaoheng came prepared. He took out his phone and scrolled through the unexpected information he had found when he raided the Monarch Descent law firm. The legal representative of the Monarch Descent law firm was Gua Hongmao. He was also the boss of the firm. A year and a half ago, when Yijichu left in a hurry, he was the one who had bought the Monarch Descent law firm. Originally, people with the surname Gua weren't necessarily relatives, but Gua Huaining happened to be involved in this case. Hua Xiaoheng had someone investigate the background of the boss, Gua Hongmao, and his relationship with Gua Huaining. This investigation was truly an eye-opener for him. Hua Xiaoheng selected some content from his phone and forwarded it to Gun Yinji. He then texted Zhao Liangzi and asked him to find some content that Gun Yinji had access to from the investigation on Gua Hongmao and send it to him. Gun Yinji looked down and raised her eyebrows. When she looked at Gua Huaining again, there was a different look in her eyes. She suddenly asked, "How is Gua Hongmao related to you?" Gua Huaining subconsciously frowned and said, "Gua Hongmao, this name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before?" She didn't know Gua Hongmao. Was this an act, or was it real? Gun Yinji also looked at her in surprise. "You don't know that the boss of the Monarch Descends law firm is Gua Hongmao?" Gua Huaining, she shook her head and said weakly and tiredly, "Now that you mention it, I remember, but I'm not familiar with him at all." "If you're not familiar with the law firm, then how many cases did you handle with them?" Gun Yinji didn't believe him. Gua Huaining said weakly, "Why would I lie to you at a time like this?" She continued, "I have a senior who is a senior lawyer at the Monarch Descends law firm. I usually contact him. With him around, what does the boss of the Monarch Descends law firm have to do with me?" Gun Yinji thought that with Gua Hongmao and Gua Huaining's relationship, they should have contacted each other a long time ago. However, Gua Huaining didn't seem to know him. "Who is your senior at the Monarch Descends law firm?" Hua Xiaoheng interrupted and asked. "Jin Dazhuang." "Gun Yinji, you know him too." Gua Huaining glanced at Gun Yinji. "He's quite capable, but he's just unlucky." Gun Yinji composed herself and realized that the Jin Dazhuang Gua Huaining mentioned was the Jin Dazhuang here, not the Jin Dazhuang who had given her first job in the other world. The Jin Dazhuang in the other world had lost a lawsuit with Gun Yinji and left the Jin Dazhuang law firm. He couldn't find a job anywhere and was taken in by He Jichu. "I can't believe he's still at the Monarch Descends." Gun Yinji mused. "You really don't know Gua Hongmao? Why would I know him? Just because his surname is Gua? Fine, we're both surnamed Gua. We were one family 500 years ago, okay?" Gua Huaining slapped her forehead with her hand. She was getting more and more impatient. At that moment, Zhao Liangzi had already sent some of Gua Hongmao's background information to Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, Gun Yinji had access to this information. Hua Xiaoheng read quickly and smirked. "Gua Huaining, your grandmother had a son before she married your grandfather, right?" Gua Huaining was speechless. Her face flushed with anger. "How'd you know that?" "My grandmother wasn't married before she married my grandfather." Hua Xiaoheng calmly looked up at her. "Your grandmother had a son before she married your grandfather. His name was originally Kai Hongmao, but after she married your grandfather, this burdensome son changed his surname to your grandfather's. From this perspective, your grandfather knew about this child. However, he didn't live with your grandparents. He grew up with his maternal grandparents." This roundabout way, the corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. She wondered who would have the time to take such a roundabout route to Gua Huaining. Gua Huaining's face paled again when she heard this. She had no idea that she had such a relative and that he was so powerful. After so many years, this Kai Hongmao, no, Gua Hongmao, had never appeared in the Gua family's life. Gua Huaining had no idea at all. She shook her head blankly. "I don't know this person. I've never seen him before. Is he the boss of the Monarch Descends law firm?" "Yes." Gun Yinji didn't fully understand what was going on, but she was already confident enough to fool Gua Huaining. "He's the boss of the Monarch Descends law firm. That's strange. Aren't you from a normal family? How is this uncle so rich that he could buy shares from Professor He? Is your grandmother's family very rich? That can't be right. If your grandmother's family is very rich, then your family definitely isn't a normal family." Gun Yinji immediately denied her guess. Gua Huaining didn't know what was going on either. She quickly said, "My grandmother's family is also a normal family. I heard from my father when I was young that they were a good match for ours." "Then your uncle's biological father's family is rich?" Gun Yinji asked curiously. "I don't know about that." Gua Huaining frowned and muttered, "You'll have to ask him. And he's never acknowledged me." Gun Yinji asked, "You really don't know this relative?" This is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 2134, The Monarch Descends. There are 2 chapters today, 8 p.m. on the second watch. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Shidian's golden keyboard booster tickets. The monthly tickets will be doubled. Begging for monthly tickets. P.S. Thank you to the 10,000 Shidian coins donated by Wu Ai Tang yesterday. Moi. Everyone, my little angels, please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest website for mobile version. M. Chapter 2148. Gua Huaining was upset and said unhappily, "We're not relatives at all. Look at me. He didn't even think of hiring a lawyer for me. He just left me to fend for myself. I even helped him with his business in the past." Hua Xiaoheng studied Gua Huaining's expression and determined she wasn't faking it. It seemed like she really didn't know Guahong Mao. Gua Huaining was angry and regretful at the same time. "Actually, I brought a lot of business to the Monarch Descent law firm in the past 6 months, but he pretended not to know me." Although Guahong Mao only took over the Monarch Descent law firm for a year and a half, his business is very big. He doesn't need your help. Gun Yinji brought up the Monarch Descent law firm's annual income on her phone. "Look, this is the Monarch Descent law firm's annual income last year published on the law firm rankings. With this number, the Guas can easily enter the ranks of wealthy families." Gua Huaining stared at the rankings, her body trembling as she said angrily, "He's obviously not acknowledging us. He doesn't even say anything when there's nothing going on. Now that I'm in trouble, he won't acknowledge me as his niece even more." "You can't say that. He helped you set up a trap for old Madame Hong." Gun Yinji still remembered that old Madame Hong had hired the Monarch Descent law firm to make an apology for her. However, it had dragged on, and Gua Huaining had used a video apology and confession to slap her in the face. "You call that helping?" Gua Huaining sneered, but she was also beginning to feel suspicious. At that time, it was clearly Do Ian and Deputy Director Jia who pulled the strings. How did it have anything to do with Guahong Mao? "Don't you really want to enter a wealthy family? Now that you have a chance, you might become one yourself. Why don't you care at all?" Gun Yinji asked curiously. She couldn't understand Gua Huaining's mentality. How could Gua Huaining not care? But this uncle of hers hadn't had any contact with the Guas for so many years. How could she get close to him? There had to be a reason. Hua Xiaoheng carefully studied Gua Huaining and saw that she didn't seem to be faking it. She really didn't know this uncle of hers. He smiled and continued Gun Yinji's words. "Yes, although your uncle didn't publicly acknowledge you, he didn't abandon you. He still helped you." "Are you talking about old Madame Hong?" Gua Huaining didn't think that she was helping her at all. She was obviously helping herself. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head calmly. "No, it was even earlier than that." He paused, and seeing Gua Huaining's confused expression, he continued, "More than 10 years ago, when you just graduated from university, with your family background, how did you think you would have the opportunity to get to know a rich young master like Hong Ziki and the heir of the Hong family?" Gua Huaining's eyelashes trembled rapidly, and her eyes blinked rapidly. "What did you say?" Gun Yinji was also curious. "Oh yeah, how did you know Hong Ziki? Did you get to know him when you went to the Hong conglomerate to look for a job?" Gua Huaining recalled that she had just graduated from university more than 10 years ago. At that time, she was also struggling to find a job. Although she graduated from a famous school, she didn't want to start as a junior lawyer like other students. She was smart, capable, and had many professional certificates in her hands. She was full of hope that she could soar to the top. However, without qualifications or family background, it was very difficult to get to a high position as soon as you graduated from school, unless you were extremely lucky. Gua Huaining had always thought that her achievements were the result of her own ability and heaven-defying luck. Of course, her luck had been completely crushed after meeting Gun Yinji. However, at that time, she was reminded that even the luck she had been so proud of wasn't hers. Someone had helped her. She immediately recalled that when she had gone to the Hong Corporation to interview for the position of the general manager's legal advisor, she had been rejected for the first meeting. However, a few days later, she received a call from the Hong Corporation. They said that the person in front of her had given up the opportunity for some reason and asked if she was interested in attending the second meeting. Gua Huaining was overjoyed and couldn't have asked for more. She immediately set a date for the second meeting. After that, everything had been smooth sailing. She got the position and got to know the heir of the Hong Corporation, Hong Ziki. She got along well with him and soon confirmed their relationship. A year later, they were engaged. However, that was only until the engagement. After being engaged for more than 10 years, she still couldn't marry into the Hong family. Gua Huaining told them all about it and said excitedly, "What do you mean? Was it because of Gua Hongmao that I got a second chance after I failed the interview?" Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "From the clues provided by the HR director of the Hong Corporation, that was the case. She said that a businessman with the surname Gua was a big client of theirs. This person introduced you as a distant relative, so they gave you a second chance." Later, the Hong family saw that she was quite capable and tacitly approved of her relationship with Hong Ziki. Unfortunately, Gua Hongmao went abroad and didn't have any business with the Hong Corporation after he returned. After the Hong family learned more about Gua Huaining's personality, they didn't approve of her marrying into the Hong family. After Hua Xiaoheng searched the Monarch Descend's law office and discovered Gua Hongmao, Gua Huaining's relationship with the Hong family caught his attention again. Hua Xiaoheng sent Yin Shixiang to find old Madame Hong and reinvestigate the case. As for Gua Huaining, she knew nothing about it. However, she was very excited when she found out. Her face was terrifyingly red, and she was almost hysterical. If he was my uncle, why didn't he contact me for so many years? If he didn't want to acknowledge us as relatives, why did he help me? Doesn't he know that if he lifts someone up high and then leaves, he will make me fall to pieces? Who needs enemies when they have relatives like that? Gua Huaining screamed hysterically. She couldn't take it anymore and said coldly, "That's enough. He helped you, and no matter the reason, he already gave you a higher starting point than everyone else. You don't cherish it, but blame others for lifting you up. Are you even speaking like a human?" Gua Huaining was embarrassed by her words, but she didn't want to bow her head just like that. "Isn't that right? If I hadn't been chosen by the Hong Corporation, I wouldn't have reached such a high position so quickly. I wouldn't have been so ambitious. I would have kept my feet on the ground. But what about him? He used this kind of method to lift me up, so I can't see myself clearly." Gua Huaining continued to speak with conviction. Gu Nianji was speechless. She stood up and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Let's go. I don't want to talk to this kind of person anymore." In her eyes, the whole world revolves around her. There's something wrong with anyone who doesn't revolve around her. This kind of person is delusional and paranoid. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind if I talk to her too much. This is today's second update, Chapter 2135, Relatives and Enemies. There are two updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. The monthly tickets are going to be doubled. Looking for monthly tickets. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2149. Hua Xiaoheng was very calm. He had seen too many different kinds of people. He continued to calmly interrogate Gua Huaining about Gua Hongmao. After confirming that it was also the first time that she knew about the relationship between him and Gua Hongmao, he did not continue to pursue the matter. It was almost 5 p.m. when Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng left the detention center. It was almost dark in the imperial capital on the 15th of the first month of the lunar calendar. However, the spotlessly white street lamps on the long street lit up like little lanterns, giving off the feeling of the Lantern Festival. The radio in the car played songs about Lantern Festival reunions, and the TV was also preparing for the Lantern Festival. Gu Nianji sat in the front passenger seat and propped up her chin with one hand as she stared at the street view. She thought about the new clue she had just heard and still found it amazing. She was silent for a while before taking out her phone and rereading the message Hua Xiaoheng had forwarded to her. This time, she stared at the phone messages related to Gua Hongmao for a while. Gua Hongmao had a total of 3 phones, one for work, one for contacting relatives and friends, and one for some unknown purpose. Zhao Yang's investigation showed that the first two phones had fixed numbers, but the third phone for some unknown purpose didn't have a number. Gun Yinji asked curiously, "Hua Xiao, do you know if Guohongmao has a phone without a number?" "Yes, it said that he carries it with him at all times, just like the other two phones." "But why would Guohongmao carry a phone without a number with him all the time?" Gun Yinji really wanted to know the reason. "Hua Xiao, where is Guohongmao? What about his 3 phones?" Gun Yinji's fingers rubbed the phone screen, itching to know. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. "What do you want to do?" "I already alerted him when I raided the Monarch Descend's law firm. He was overseas at the time and didn't return after hearing the news." At the time, they really didn't know the Monarch Descend's law firm was so deeply involved. "Then didn't you put a warrant out for him? Or did you want him to return?" Gun Yinji asked quietly. Hua Xiaoheng's right hand drummed rhythmically on the steering wheel. His law firm didn't commit any crimes, so why put a warrant out for him? Moreover, I originally thought that since this was the property left behind by He Zhichu, there would still be a certain degree of protection. He had a preconceived notion that He Zhichu should have made sufficient arrangements for his business and wouldn't harm Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji understood what he meant and quickly said, "Hua Xiao, you can't say that. At that time, my brother was so anxious. How could he have arranged everything properly? It's already good enough that he managed to sell it, and I think it must have been sold cheaply. What a pity." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at her with a smile and turned the steering wheel onto the highway to Xishan. The first place they went to was Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanshan's villa in the West Hills. It happened to be diagonal to Lu Yuan's villa, but it was actually quite far away. Normally, he wouldn't go, but today was the holiday, and he had promised Hua Guanshan that he would visit grandfather Hua. He drove quickly and soon arrived at Hua Guanshan's West Mountain villa. He turned off the engine and parked in front of the villa. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door for Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji jumped out of the car and hissed at the cold mountain air. Hua Xiaoheng calmly put on the furry hat that came with her down jacket. Gun Yinji's face looked even smaller against the halo of white fur. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help pinching her face and holding her hand. They walked to the villa door. He rang the doorbell, and the iron door quickly opened automatically to the side. Hua Xiaoheng led Gun Yinji in. Hua Guanshan stood on the steps in front of the main door of the villa and watched the two of them walk over with a smile on his face. Gun Yinji greeted him politely. "Chief Hua, Happy New Year." "Yinji, you're here. Come in quickly. Your grandfather has been waiting for you all day." Hua Guanshan stepped aside and watched Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng approach. Hua Xiaoheng looked around and didn't see any other cars. He thought the Zhang family hadn't come. However, when he and Gun Yinji entered the door, he knew he had guessed wrong. The Zhang family must have parked their car in the backyard, so when the two of them came in, they didn't see them in the front yard or the road at the gate. If he had known that the Zhang family was really coming, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have brought Gun Yinji into the house. However, it was fine now that she had come in, but his father Hua Guanshan's credibility in his heart had dropped again and again. It was almost negative. Gun Yinji saw the Zhang family as soon as she came in. Other than head nurse Zhang, everyone was here. Grandfather was illegitimate son, Zhang Baochun, Zhang Baochun's wife, Qian Shirui, and their son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wena. The whole family happily gathered around grandfather Hua to enjoy the family reunion. Gun Yinji wasn't surprised that this family was related to grandfather Hua's family. He was their biological son, so why couldn't he enjoy family happiness? However, it was unbelievable that someone with Hua Guanshan's status could also be happy with them. However, although Gun Yinji was about to vomit in her heart, she still smiled and looked cute and easy to bully. She stood obediently beside Hua Xiaoheng, looking like a little bird that made people's hair stand on end. Zhang Wenjie stole a glance and blushed. Zhang Wena rolled her eyes. Gun Yinji was a woman who knew how to pretend. When Gun Yinji first met her, she was really fooled by her cute appearance. Looking at how she behaved in court afterward, it was the perfect example of don't judge a book by its cover. Also, being obsessed with looks could get you killed. Zhang Wena kicked Zhang Wenjie without batting an eyelid. Zhang Wenjie reluctantly looked away, completely unaware that Hua Xiaohong's death stare had been fixed on his head for a long time. Qin Shui stood up with a smile and said warmly, Xiaohong and Yinji are here. Thank you so much. Let's eat together later. Hua Xiaohong didn't say anything, but Hua Guanqin already said, Xiaohong and Yinji have something to do later. They'll be leaving after a while. To be honest, Hua Xiaohong was only here because of Hua Guanqin. Grandfather Hua had already fallen from his position as an elder in his heart. Qian Shui smiled awkwardly and said, Then let's have a bowl of glutinous rice balls. It's the Lantern Festival. It's good to have glutinous rice balls. Hua Guanqin was tempted and glanced at Hua Xiaohong. Hua Xiaohong replied calmly, No, I don't eat sweets. Yinji has a weak stomach, so she can't eat anything too sticky. Gun Yinji, her body was very healthy. Was the perfect gene just a boast? If Lu Jin heard Hua Xiaohong say this, he would beat him up. Gun Yinji grumbled internally, but she still gave Hua Xiaohong face by rubbing her stomach. She smiled shyly and said, Mrs. Zhang, you're too kind. My stomach really isn't good, so I'm very picky when it comes to glutinous rice balls. The glutinous rice flour has to be Xiangxi's Xianghe glutinous rice. It's a kind that's grown organically. It's purely hand-ground. Glutinous rice flour produced by machines always has a rusty taste. I can't get used to it. Also, the sesame filling in the glutinous dumplings is made from black sesame, a specialty of the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau. It's ground in a black sesame powder after being steamed and dried 9 times. Qian Shui. Didn't they beat around the bush because they didn't want their things to be presentable? This is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 2136, Not Presentable. It's 2 o'clock today, at 8 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Qidian's golden keyboard support tickets. It's the last day of December. Looking for monthly votes. P.S. Thank you to Wu AI Tang for the 50,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Enigmaanxi for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Zeb602 for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2150. The Zhang family was silent. Even grandfather Hua took a serious look at Gun Yinji. This little orphan girl with unknown parents was actually so particular about her food. When she was so familiar with the bowl of glutinous rice balls just now, grandfather Hua almost thought that he was seeing his wife, Xie Zian, when she was young. Although she looked completely different from Gun Yinji when it came to food, she had always been never tired of eating delicacies. She was indeed a pampered young lady. Grandfather Hua's eyes darkened. In all these years, he had never missed his wife, who had passed away more than 10 years ago, as much as he did today. Dad, look at Miss Gu. She's looking down on our glutinous rice balls. Qian Shui pursed her lips and criticized Gun Yinji in front of Grandfather Hua. However, Grandfather Hua raised his hand and said weakly, All right, she's not used to the food here. You guys can go. I'm already very happy that you came to see me today. As he spoke, he raised his head and said to Hua Guanqin, Guanqin, prepare a plane ticket for me. I want to go to France to see your mother. After his wife, Xie Zian, passed away, she wasn't buried in Babaishan. Instead, she left her last words that she wanted to be buried in her mother's home in France. At that time, the CF family had sent a private plane to transport her coffin back to France and buried it in the CF family cemetery. Hua Guanqin was slightly stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. The Zhang family looked at each other awkwardly and didn't dare to say a word. After leaving Hua Guanqin's villa, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaohong drove directly to the villa on the road. Gun Yinji saw that Hua Xiaohong's mood seemed to be affected, so she wanted to change the topic and stop him from thinking about Grandfather Hua. She sat next to Hua Xiaohong and tossed her phone like she was playing with a ball. She smiled and asked Hua Xiaohong, Major General Hua, if I try to hack Hua Hongmao's phone now, will I alert the enemy? Hua Xiaohong held the steering wheel with both hands and said without blinking, I've already asked Little Zay to check. If you want to know anything, you can ask Little Zay. Gun Yinji nodded like she was pounding garlic. I know. The other party is too powerful, and I don't want to disrupt your plans. Then I'll send Brother Zay a message and ask if he has any information I want to see. Not long after, Hua Xiaohing's car arrived at the other side of the West Mountain and drove towards the villa halfway up the mountain. Zhao Yangzi sent the information that Gun Yinji wanted, but he sent it to Hua Xiaohing first so that he could read it before forwarding it to Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaohing looked at it and forwarded it to Gun Yinji. Take a look for yourself. See if there's anything new about Guo Hongmao's phone. The contents of the first mobile phone were normal. There was nothing bad about it. It was as clean as a lawyer's work phone. The second phone was the one he used to contact his relatives and friends. There was more content in this phone. Gun Yinji watched with relish. She sent the interesting content to a secret mailbox in the cloud and smiled at Hua Xiaohing. Hua Xiao, guess what I found? Hua Xiaohing glanced at her and said without batting an eyelid, "This is Guo Hongmao's biological father, right? You already knew. Stop pretending." Gun Yinji snapped her fingers and said with a smile, "To be precise, he's the illegitimate child of the Kai family. He's the half-brother of Kai Songyin and Kai Simin, right?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't deny it, nor did he admit it. He smiled and said, "He's Mr. Kai's illegitimate child? The Kai family is a family of scholars. What's so strange about that? It's precisely because they're a family of scholars that this kind of thing happens a lot. Can the illegitimate child of a scholar be called an illegitimate child?" Gun Yinji winked at Hua Xiaoheng and smiled. "This is a byproduct of a scholar's night of reading. So that means Guo Hongmao's capital for doing business has a source." Hua Xiaoheng didn't respond to Gun Yinji's words and thought about something else. "You said it's from the Kai family, Mr. Kai's side?" Gun Yinji shook her head, but he changed his surname to Guo again. It's obvious he doesn't want to be related to the Kai family. Why would he want the Kai family's money? Hua Xiaoheng didn't even think about it and immediately said, changing his surname might just be a smokescreen to prevent people from discovering the true source of his money. You have to know that he was already a big businessman more than a decade ago. Even the Hong Corporation has to give him some face. Gun Yinji shook her head and frowned at the phone. But he seems to still be in contact with Kai Sumin and Kai Songyin. He'll send them messages during the new year or something. They're not too close, but they're definitely not strangers. Unlike the Guo family, where he basically pretends his mother doesn't exist. Gun Yinji looked at it for a while and felt bored. So she closed the page and began to look at the information on Guo Hongmao's third phone. This phone didn't have a phone number, so it could only use Wi-Fi to surf the internet. Gun Yinji casually flipped through the contents of the phone and discovered there were a few text messages. The content of the text messages was very ordinary. However, the sender's number made the corners of Gun Yinji's eyes twitch. She happened to have seen this number before, and she knew that it was actually an empty number. It had been disguised by someone, so she couldn't find out where it had come from. Gun Yinji couldn't help asking Hua Xiaoheng, "Major General Hua, have you checked the text messages on this phone without a phone number?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "You mean the number that sent the text messages, right? We've checked it. It's an empty number. It's been disguised, so we can't find out where it came from." He had the same opinion as Gun Yinji. She couldn't hesitate anymore. Seeing that Lu Yuan's villa was within reach, Gun Yinji patiently got out of the car with Hua Xiaoheng and entered the house. "Yinji, you're finally here. I ordered a lot of your favorite dishes." Lu Jin happily came out to welcome them. Hua Xiaoheng walked behind Gun Yinji and greeted Lu Yuan and Song Jining, who were behind Lu Jin. "CEO Lu, Ms. Song." He handed over the gifts he had brought. "Xiaoheng, you and Yinji should have come together. Why did you bring gifts?" "We're not outsiders," Song Jining said angrily as she took the gift from Hua Xiaoheng. It was a bottle of 1983 5-star Guizhou Mao Dai. It was much better than the 1983 Lafite. It was truly a priceless item. Lu Yuan was stunned when he saw it. After a long time, he smiled and said, "You actually have more of this wine?" Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "Grandmother left it behind. It's not much. It's all in the wine cellar. When I'm free in the future, I'll bring you a few bottles and put them here." Lu Yuan nodded. "We'll talk about it later." The few of them entered the house and sat down in the living room to exchange a few pleasantries. Lu Jin had arrived early in the morning. He was in the kitchen directing Lu Yuan to cook some dishes that he and Gu Nianji both liked to eat. Of course, Lu Yuan wouldn't only cook the dishes that Lu Jin and Gu Nianji liked to eat. He had made a few dishes that Song Jining and Hua Xiaoheng liked to eat. Now, they were basically all ready. The stewed, steamed, fried, and roasted dishes were all ready to be served. When they arrived, he would immediately stir-fry a few dishes, and then they would be ready to eat. When Lu Yuan went to the kitchen to cook, Song Jining also went to accompany him. Lu Jin still wanted to go over, but Gu Nianji stopped him. She said coquettishly, "Dad, you've been with President Lu all day. Can you accompany me now?" When Lu Jin heard this, he couldn't even move. He sat on the sofa and almost took root. Seeing Gu Nianji like this, Hua Xiaoheng knew that she had something to say again, but he looked at her with a smile without saying anything. Gu Nianji gave him a look, then became serious and said, "Major General Hua, speaking of the text message I received on Gua Hongmao's third phone, I have some thoughts." Lu Jin blinked and held Gu Nianji's hand. "Miss, who's Gua Hongmao? What text message? What are you talking about? Can I listen?" "Of course you can." Gu Nianji patted the back of Lu Jin's hand and smiled. "We have no choice, so we want you to help us think about it and see if there's a breakthrough." "What is it? Can I help?" Lu Jin rubbed his hands excitedly. Tell me. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng inquiringly. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and said, "It's like this. Gua Hongmao is Gua Huaning's uncle, but he's her grandmother's illegitimate child." Hua Xiaoheng briefly introduced Gua Hongmao's background and his relationship with Gua Huaning. Lu Jin understood and snorted. "It has something to do with Gua Huaning? I'll see how I feel. I won't help if I can." This was today's second update, Chapter 2137, I Won't Help If I Can. There are two updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. It's the last day of December. Asking for monthly votes. Tomorrow is 2019. What are your New Year's wishes? Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2151. On December 31st, 2018, the Gold Sec Master of Hello, Major General Cold Steel Grace, was born. This is really a day to remember. I'm actually a very nostalgic person. I've been writing books for 7 years. From the first subscription, the first monthly ticket, to the first reward, the first piece of Heshabi, the first Sect Master, to the first monthly ticket, then the Silver Award for the most popular author of the year, to the first Silver Sect Master, and the first Gold Sect Master. I remember all of them. Also, to my book review section moderator, book friend group administrator, and all the big shots and little angels in the group. Although I don't come up to chat with you every day, you've always been in my heart. Because time is limited, I have to put my little spare time into writing articles. I know that everyone is gathered together because they like my articles. If I don't write a good article, how can I have the face to chat with everyone? I won't mention the fair, rich, and beautiful girls who chased after me to add updates as soon as I entered the group. 2019 is coming soon. Paper is short, love is long, so I won't talk nonsense. I know what everyone wants as a New Year's gift. I can now proudly announce, Hello, Major General has entered the last chapter and is preparing to wrap up the chapter. As for the specific day, I can't say, but it won't be too far away. Thank you, everyone, for following us for the past 2 years. Let's go smoothly in 2019 and let our wishes come true. Genius 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 2152. Gu Nianji. She rolled her eyes and pulled out a few saved text messages from her phone. After taking screenshots, she sent them to Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin. Dad, look at this. What's this? Lu Jin looked at his phone in confusion. Gu Nianji leaned against the sofa with one hand on the armrest. She said calmly, after Xiao Yu was injured, this was a text message sent by someone who called himself a kind-hearted person to Xiao Ye's mother President Shun. What do you two think? This was the first time Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin had seen these 3 text messages. The first text message was sent more than a year ago, when Gu Nianji had just been abducted to the other world. Kind-hearted person, Gu Nianji has disappeared from this world. She won't come back. The second text message was sent about the same time as the first. Kind-hearted person, Xiao Yi was seriously injured to protect Gu Nianji. It was all because of Major General Hua's selfishness. Gu Nianji shouldn't have had such a high level of security. It was purely because Major General Hua wanted to give his fiancée better protection that he used his position for personal gain and arranged for your daughter to be your bodyguard. The third text message was sent half a year ago, when Gu Nianji had just returned from the other world. Kind-hearted person, Major General Hua has a miracle medicine that can cure your daughter. Why don't you go to him and ask him to take responsibility for your daughter? Lu Jin jumped up after reading it and said angrily, "Which son of a b*** is this so wicked? What did my girl do to him? He's been eyeing my girl all this time." He rolled up his sleeves and said fiercely, "I want to see who has the guts to keep an eye on my girl. I'm not done with him." He then turned to look at Gu Nianji and said, "Who sent this? What's a short message? Do you have a phone number?" Before Gu Nianji could say anything, Hua Xiaoheng said first, "Nianji, where did you get these 3 text messages?" Gu Nianji smoothed her hair in embarrassment and said with a shifty gaze, It was sent to me by President Shun after we came back. It had been half a year since they had returned from the other world. They had sent it to her at that time, and only now did she show it to Hua Xiaoheng. If she hadn't discovered the same number on Gua Hongmao's phone, she didn't know how long she would have kept it a secret. She didn't understand the reason, but she subconsciously wanted to hide everything related to Xiao Yi from Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and continued to ask, "What do these 3 texts have to do with what we were talking about earlier? Look at the number that sent the text." Gu Nianji forwarded the text and pouted at Hua Xiaoheng's phone. The screenshot of the text she sent just now did not include her account information. Now, he also sent the number of the direct text message. Hua Xiaoheng looked at it carefully and frowned. This is the same number that Gua Hongmao received on her phone. Gu Nianji nodded. "Yes, it's the same number." So I was very surprised. "What's going on?" Lu Jin's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng. "What are you talking about?" "The Gua Hongmao you were talking about. Does he have anything to do with these messages?" "It should be." As Gu Nianji spoke, she showed Lu Jin the text messages she had received on Gua Hongmao's phone without a phone number. "Look, Gua Hongmao's phone has received a few text messages. The content is very normal, but the phone number that sent the text messages is abnormal." Lu Jin could tell at once. It was sent from the same number as the text messages that your President Shun received. Then what are we waiting for? Arrest him according to the number. Isn't it authenticated by his real name? That's the crux of the problem. Gu Nianji said with a headache, "This number is fake. It's an empty number. No one uses this number at all. And when the text messages were sent, they disguised the path, so we can't find out what the real number is." Lu Jin completely understood now. He stretched out his hand. "Don't worry, I'll go crack this disguised empty number for you right now. No one can hide any phone number in front of me. Let me tell you, neither Gu Nianji nor Hua Xiaoheng could crack the other party's program to hide the source of the fake number. Other than Lu Jin, they had no one else to turn to. If Lu Jin couldn't crack it, then the ability of the mastermind behind the scenes was beyond their imagination. Now that Lu Jin had offered to help, Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng both breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Nianji smiled and tugged at Lu Jin's lapel. "Dad, there's no hurry. Let's crack it after dinner." Lu Jin was also a little hungry. He nodded. "Okay, then let's go back to my lab and use the quantum computer to crack it after the Lantern Festival reunion dinner." He had set up a small laboratory for himself in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence suite. The computer inside had been modified by him. Gu Nianji happily walked towards the dining room with Lu Jin. Lu Jin walked quickly and went to the kitchen to look for Lu Yuan. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji a step slower and whispered, "What's wrong with you? Why did you hide it from me for so long?" What I hide from you? Gu Nianji muttered and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin and looked down at her. You know what I'm talking about. It was the text message that Xiao Ye's mother, President Chun, received. Gu Nianji turned her head away and said uncomfortably, I realized that the phone number was an empty number. The real number was hidden by a disguise, so I thought I'd tell you after I cracked it. I didn't expect it to drag on until now. If Guo Hongmao's phone hadn't received a text message from the same number, would you still not have told me? Gu Nianji shook her head. That won't happen. In a while, even if you didn't ask, I would have told you. It was just that it had been a little awkward with Xiao Ye's family at that time, so Gu Nianji felt uncomfortable. She didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to know for the time being. The content of the text message made her heart ache. Hua Xiaoheng understood. He wrapped his arms around Gu Nianji's shoulders and looked down at her. He found it funny when he saw her wandering eyes. You can be jealous about this. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed the tip of her nose. You even said that Guo Huaining didn't get the point. I think you have this problem too. Don't say it. Gu Nianji reached out and pinched Hua Xiaoheng's mouth. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Make things difficult for me. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji's hand away. Why would I make things difficult for you? This has something to do with you. Why would I make things difficult for you? That person said that you have the miracle medicine. Isn't that me? If my dad can't cure Xiao Yi, and you don't use my genes to treat her, then Xiao Yi will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. Will you feel bad about it? Besides, Xiao Yi is your comrade. You've always put your comrade before your girlfriend. How do I know you won't? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2138. I don't want to make things difficult for you. 10,000 words were delivered at midnight today. The second update was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8 o'clock in the evening. As for monthly votes and recommendation votes, P.S. Thank you to Cold Iron Grace for the 10 million Shijian coins yesterday. Hello, Major General, had finally welcomed its own Gold Alliance leader. Thank you to Single_Sing for the 60,000 Shijian coins yesterday. Thanks to Love Follows MJ for tipping me 50,000 Shijian coins yesterday. Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 2153. Gu Nianji pouted and continued to mutter. Back then, the blue hole in the Caribbean, you abandoned me and went to see your comrades first, Hua Xiaoheng. He was speechless at Gu Nianji's words. This silly girl had been through so much, but she still loved him with all her heart and was willing to be with him. Hua Xiaoheng thought that his life's luck had been used to meet Gu Nianji. Without her, he would never know how good it was to be in love with each other. I'm sorry. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her tightly. He felt very guilty, but he didn't regret what he had done. Gu Nianji secretly curled her lips and smiled. She had finally gotten over the matter. The two of them kissed in the aisle from the living room to the dining room. The moonlight on the 15th of the first month was clear and gentle. The silver-white light enveloped the forest in the mountains outside the villa. The elegant white window screen was charming and gentle. The silhouette of the two of them kissing looked like a statue of inseparable love from the floor-to-ceiling window outside. Lu Jin turned around to look for Gu Nianji and happened to see this scene. He had a gratified smile on his face. The girl had grown up and was really going to get married. Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji and kissed her for a while before tidying her messy hair. He held her hand as they walked to the dining room. Lu Yuan, Song Jining, and Lu Jin were already waiting there. Seeing the two of them come in, Song Jining smiled and said, "The moon rises above the willow trees, and people meet after dusk. Today is the real Lantern Festival." Gu Nianji smiled embarrassedly and sat down next to Song Jining. Lu Jin sat on the other side of her, while Hua Xiaoheng sat in the empty seat between Lu Jin and Lu Yuan. It wasn't that she didn't want to sit with Hua Xiaoheng, but there were only 2 empty seats. Lu Jin must have done it on purpose. Gu Nianji wasn't angry. After all, the dining table was a round table today. Even if they didn't sit next to each other, they wouldn't be far apart. After Hua Xiaoheng sat down, he glanced at the dishes on the table. On the turntable in the middle of the round table was an 8-treasure wintermelon cup, replacing Lu Jin's Buddha jumps over the wall. Because it took more than a day to make Buddha jumps over the wall, Lu Jin didn't have enough time to order in the morning, so he had to use an 8-treasure wintermelon cup instead. The wintermelon that Lu Yuan had picked was almost a perfect oval. He washed the wintermelon clean, drained the water, and cut the upper end of the melon flat like the top of a teapot. Then he dug out the wintermelon, flattened the stem, and cut the cut part of the wintermelon into a serrated shape and placed it in the stew pot with the mouth facing up. Then he chose a fresh and tender ground chicken, added Spanish black pork, Yunnan ham, wild bohai prawns, Jiangxi baojian magnolia slices, and Sherdao scallops, and put them into the chicken's belly. Then he added water and steamed it in the electric pressure cooker for 30 minutes. The meat was soft, but the shape of the chicken remained the same, and all the flavor was steamed in. Then he poured the steamed chicken along with the ingredients in the stomach into the sliced wintermelon. Then he added lotus seeds, medlar, and lily slices. Finally, he steamed it in a stew pot for 30 minutes. It was done in just over an hour. The taste wasn't worse than the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, but it wasn't as nutritious as the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. The round table was surrounded by the 8-treasure wintermelon soup, as well as a circle of everyone's favorite dishes. In front of Lu Jin was a steamed lobster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its big red pincers were paired with a few tender yellow corn. The color was extremely eye-catching. In front of Gu Nianji was a plate of shrimp with slippery eggs. Although it looked simple, this kind of simple home-cooked dish was the one that tested the chef's skills the most. Gu Nianji immediately scooped a spoonful of it into her mouth. The slippery eggs were indeed slippery eggs. They melted in her mouth. She didn't know how Lu Yuan did it, but he perfectly blended the taste of the egg and the shrimp without overpowering the other's taste. The egg was the egg, and the shrimp was the shrimp. When the shrimp and egg were chewed together, the double taste instantly ignited the taste buds like fireworks. Gu Nianji even felt that even the Buddha jumps over the wall soup wasn't as delicious as this. She almost made a sound from her throat and couldn't help but take a second bite. In front of Song Jining was a bowl of brightly colored salted fish, chicken, and eggplant soup. It was also her favorite flavor. There was nothing special about this dish in the summer, but to have such fresh eggplant on the 15th day of the first lunar month, Lu Yuan had put in a lot of effort. In front of Huashaoan was a bowl of steamed ribs with black bean sauce, a plate of oysters, and a glass of Mao Tai in his hand. Using Mao Tai to send oysters was exactly how gluttons ate. Lu Yuan had prepared fish fillets with clear porridge. The clear porridge was stewed on a small alcohol stove, and the fish fillets were ready. When he ate, he picked up a piece and rolled it in the porridge, then dipped it in a little shredded ginger and light soy sauce before putting it into his mouth. The fishy smell of the fish fillets was gone at all, leaving only the tender and sweet taste of the fish. Other than that, there were also shiny rice noodles, exquisite shrimp dumplings, and Zilongbao stuffed with Maryland blue crab meat as the staple food. Gu Nianji was full of praise as she ate. President Lu, your culinary skills have evolved again. You can show your true skills in daily life. You're practically a god. Song Jining smiled and said, of course. Nianji, haven't you noticed that I've gained 5 pounds since I got married? I couldn't tell. Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining carefully. I think you've gotten younger again. Your skin is so tender and smooth that I can't see any pores. What kind of skincare products did you use? Did you make them yourself? Song Jining laughed and shook her head. How would I know how to make skincare products? I only used normal moisturizers and sunscreen. I didn't use anything else. Lu Jin had just picked up the meat from the lobster pincers with a small pair of tongs when he heard this. Nianji, what kind of skincare products do you want? Facial mask, essence, or eye cream? I can do them all. Gu Nianji, she was just saying it casually. She was only 20 years old. Oh no, she would be 21 this year. Gu Nianji was a little sad. She took another big bite of the shrimp with slippery eggs and sighed. The only way to solve my worries is with delicious food. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji and scooped her a bowl of 8-treasure winter melon soup with a serving spoon. He placed it in front of her across Lu Jin. I'm afraid the shrimp with slippery eggs is too fresh. Only the 8-treasure winter melon soup can suppress it. Have some winter melon soup and then have the Xilong Bao. Gun Yinji readily accepted his advice. She had always been a generous person when it came to food. She had learned from many people and had never been stingy. Lu Jin looked at her with a smile. He also picked up a plate of lobster meat for Gun Yinji and placed it in front of her. He said, "Girl, eat. There are still several steamed lobsters in Boss Lu's kitchen." Gun Yinji, both of them were treating her like a piglet who was a glutton. However, she was still in a very good mood. Gun Yinji didn't even want to say anything because she couldn't. She ate happily and seriously. Everyone present was infected by her and couldn't help but eat an extra bowl of rice. After the Lantern Festival dinner, Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng, and Lu Jin bade farewell and returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Hua Xiaoheng had drunk alcohol and couldn't drive. Gun Yinji happily took the steering wheel and began her racing journey. It was late at night on the 15th of the first lunar month, and there were quite a lot of cars on the highway. The headlights converged into a path of light, like a river that flowed endlessly. No wonder there was the term river of cars. Gun Yinji drove leisurely all the way and soon returned to the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Lu Jin got out of the car proudly and said to Hua Xiaoheng in the back seat, "Xiaoheng, my girl's driving skills aren't bad, right?" Hua Xiaoheng, it was not bad. He looked at Gun Yinji and didn't say anything. He only smiled. Gun Yinji blushed a little when she heard this. She quickly pulled Lu Jin into the house and said, "Dad, I can't wait any longer. Try to see if you can crack it." Lu Jin's attention immediately shifted to the disguised phone number. He said, "Give me some time. I'll see what algorithm I need to use." "Dad, I hope the algorithm you used is optimized. It's best if we can crack it with the computers we have," Gun Yinji said implicitly. Lu Jin's quantum computer couldn't be used openly for 50 years, so they needed an algorithm that could crack the program using the most advanced computers available. That way, they could use it as evidence in court when needed. Because cracking the other party's disguised phone number or IP address was actually a competition of computer computing power. Any program that cracked the password couldn't bypass the hardware condition of the computer's performance. Therefore, the password that Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng couldn't crack was not a problem for Lu Jin, because he had a quantum computer that was at least 50 years ahead of the technological level of this era. After Lu Jin entered his laboratory, he first began to design the algorithm. Even if he had the most powerful computer, he couldn't always rely on the computer's performance. He would also improve the software, which was the algorithm, further improve the cracking method. Otherwise, he would be stuck in a rut and wouldn't be able to improve anymore. The disguised phone number that Gun Yinji had given him did require some ingenuity to crack it. In other words, he had to find the optimal value in the algorithm. This was also Gun Yinji's request for him. Because of this request, Lu Jin spent nearly a week to find the optimal algorithm. He first entered the algorithm into his quantum computer and began his own cracking program. To his surprise, even with his quantum computer, it took him nearly an hour to completely crack the other party's disguise. At this speed, it would have taken Hua Xiaoheng and the others about a week to use the supercomputer in the central control room. Lu Jin looked at the 4-digit invalid phone number and fell into deep thought. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find anything wrong. After a long time, he picked up his phone and called Gun Yinji, who was still working in the Senate. "Yinji, the number has been cracked. Although I think there are still some problems, the result should be right." Gun Yinji was a little confused. The result was right. What other problems could there be? She had just finished a meeting, and her mind was still filled with the chaotic sounds from the meeting. She immediately said, "I'll be right back." "Dad, have you told Major General Hua?" Lu Jin shook his head. "Inform him." Actually, Hua Xiaoheng was working in the office building of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Gun Yinji casually sent him a text message. "The password has been cracked. Hua Xiaoheng immediately knew what was going on. He quickly packed up the things on his table and returned to his official residence. Gun Yinji arrived home 20 minutes later. She couldn't care less about going to her bathroom to wash up as usual. Instead, she immediately went to Lu Jin's small laboratory. Hua Xiaoheng was already waiting there. He obviously knew the answer. He frowned slightly and sat on the round sofa in the middle of the laboratory, lost in thought as he looked at the information in front of him. Gun Yinji gently knocked on the door. Lu Jin looked up and waved at her. He said in a low voice, "Come here, look at this number." Gun Yinji almost jogged to Lu Jin's back. When she saw the 4-digit phone number on the screen in front of Lu Jin, she was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close. Her mouth formed a round O shape. After a long time, she exclaimed, "It's another invalid number, so it's still related to the other side." The other side was, of course, the parallel world to their side. It was also the world He Jichu was in. Gun Yinji reacted and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. She asked, "Major General Hua, should we think of a way to call a young master he?" Hua Xiaoheng subconsciously didn't want to contact He Jichu anymore. However, the phone number that Lu Jin had cracked showed that it had a lot to do with the other world. Who could it be in the other world? Gun Yinji crossed her arms and paced back and forth in Lu Jin's small laboratory. Who else could it be? Lu Jin snorted. Of course it's the shameless father and daughter, Qin Beioi and Qin Yaowang. Gun Yinji, all right, her biggest enemies were also these two. But Qin Yaowang has already become a guinea pig, and Qin Beioi has been personally killed by General He. Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks and carefully thought about the timeline of these events. Lu Jin said, "Judging from the time of these text messages, Qin Beioi or Qin Yaowang must have contacted us while we were still in the other world." You mean that the series of events related to the Hong family, Gua Huaining, and Ms. Song were all orchestrated by Qin Beioi or Qin Yaowang in the other world? Hua Xiaoheng asked hesitantly. He didn't think it was that simple. Gun Yinji thought about it and nodded. "I do have my doubts. The other text messages can be explained clearly, but the last text message..." She took out her phone, opened the text message, and clicked on it. "Kind man, Major General Hua has a miracle medicine that can cure your daughter. Why don't you go to him and ask him to take responsibility for your daughter?" This text message was sent half a year ago, after we returned from the other world. Gun Yinji looked up at Hua Xiaoheng with clear and bright eyes. At that time, Qin Yaowang was no longer a human, and Qin Beioi was also dead. Could it be that someone else from the Qin family was involved in this matter? I don't think anyone else from the Qin family was involved in this matter. Hua Xiaoheng relaxed. You can call Yi Jichu and ask him how much he knows about the Qin family. With Yi Jichu's current status and power, the Qin family should have already been clearly arranged by him. Gun Yinji only went to look for Song Jining after receiving Hua Xiaoheng's permission and asked to call He Jichu in the other world again. This was the second update of the day for 1,000 words. Chapter 2139, The Code Has Been Cracked. The first and second update of 1 million Chidian dollars to Cold Iron Gray September has been delivered. The third update of the 4,000-word chapter was updated at 8 p.m. As for monthly votes and recommendation votes, thank you so much, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 2154. This time, she didn't call He Jichu for personal matters, but for official matters. Hua Xiaoheng had specially applied for a use permit from the military. Therefore, Song Jining gave her half an hour to talk. The quantum communicator could connect the phones between the two worlds, but it also required a huge amount of high-energy magnetic field energy. Gun Yinji cherished the call time and opportunity. As soon as the call connected, Gun Yinji immediately said, "Young Master He, is that you?" He Jichu was reading a magazine in his bedroom. He was wearing a pure white nightgown with a loose belt around his waist. He was sitting on a sofa with one leg crossed and a glass of red wine in his hand. He Jichu's eyes flashed when he heard Gun Yinji's ringtone. He picked up the phone in an extremely calm manner and answered the call. He didn't notice that the red wine had already poured out of the glass and stained the front of his nightgown dark red. Gun Yinji's light and anxious voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Hijichu closed his eyes and imagined that she was by his side. He smiled and whispered, "Yinji, don't be anxious. Take your time." The voice was made with air. It was clear and had the toughness of high-quality jade. Even though it was coming from the phone speaker, it was still soul-stirring. However, Gun Yinji was so anxious that she didn't realize the emotions in the voice at all. She was already pouring everything out like a bamboo tube as she recounted her recent findings. Finally, she said, "We finally cracked the disguised phone number and discovered that the real number that sent the text message was actually a 4-digit number. We used to think that it was an invalid number from this side. But now we know that this kind of number is actually a text message sent from the other world using a quantum communicator." Hijichu's personal phone now had a 4-digit phone number on it. Hijichu composed himself and slowly opened his eyes. He said coldly, "You mean the problem you're facing now was caused by our people? How else could you explain that invalid 4-digit number?" Gun Yinji looked at the laptop in front of her and continued, "When I was over there, I heard when Shuyi personally admit that Qin Beioi had personally intervened in the operation here." Hijichu frowned. "But Qin Bei is already dead. He can't be any more dead. I've confirmed that his remains were later transported back from the Tunguska sinkhole." "Gun Yinji, if it's not Qin Bei, then who could it be?" Hijichu thought about it and said, "I can be sure that there is no one on our side who can threaten you. Qin Bei is dead. Qin Yaoguang is crippled, and the Qin family's assets have been confiscated. The Qin family's hospital is now a public hospital, no longer a private hospital." Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief when she received confirmation. She was afraid that the people from that side were still stirring up trouble. It would be difficult to deal with them, and she would have to trouble Hijichu. Now that she had confirmed that it had little to do with the other world, she was relieved. "But who sent the last message?" Gun Yinji still asked in confusion. "You said that Qin Bei was already dead and Qin Yaoguang was already crippled by that time. Is it possible for the other Qin family members?" Hijichu denied it flatly. "Impossible, because they have no access to the quantum communicator. This thing was very precious even in the other world, and the research was conducted by state agencies. Moreover, the quantum communicator required a lot of energy." Gun Yinji's eyes suddenly lit up. "No, even if someone else on your side can access the quantum communicator, it's impossible for them to send a text message, because you don't have enough magnetic field energy on your side anymore." More than a year ago, when Hijichu's father, He Chengjian, had her kidnapped to the other world, Lu Jin had already fought an energy battle with He Chengjian in order to save Gun Yinji. That battle had depleted the high-energy magnetic field energy that Lu Jin and He Chengjian had stored. If they wanted to accumulate it again and obtain the energy to freely use the magnetic field resonator and the quantum communicator, it would take them decades. The complexity and technical means involved were not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Hijichu clenched his fingers tightly. He was silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes, you're right. We don't have enough magnetic field energy on our side anymore. So even if it was him, even if he missed her like crazy, he could only wait patiently for her to call him. He couldn't even take the initiative to call her." A thought flashed through Gun Yinji's mind, and she stood up excitedly. That means those text messages probably didn't come from the other world. Although she still couldn't figure out why the phone number that Lu Jin had cracked was a 4-digit invalid number, she was sure that this 4-digit invalid number was completely different from the 4-digit invalid number that she had personally experienced before. The 4-digit phone number that she had personally experienced at that time had really come from the other world. She had when Shuyi's proof and the data in the quantum communicator could be found. The 3 text messages that President Chun had received on her phone were definitely not from the other world. This was because when she had sent those 3 text messages, Gun Yinji had already been kidnapped to the other world. At the same time, the energy of the other world had disappeared in the energy war. Therefore, when she appeared on Snake Island in the other world no longer had enough energy to support the quantum communicator. Hijichu thought about it for a moment and reminded her, I don't know what's going on either, but I want to remind you that you can rest assured on my side, but the danger on your side shouldn't be over yet. Hijichu could ensure that there was no one in his world who could threaten Gunyinji's safety, but he couldn't reach the other world. Gunyinji was slightly stunned. Our side? I don't think so. Other than Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei, and perhaps when Shui, they're all on your side. Who else wants to kill me? Nianji, do you still remember when Shui went to your world and pretended to be Japanese, Yamaguchi Yuko, and Yamaguchi Aiko? The Japanese gave her a lot of convenience. Why would the Japanese give her convenience? How did she contact them? Haven't you thought about it? Gunyinji seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flashed. She took a deep breath and calmed her chaotic emotions. Gradually, she had an idea of what to do. She didn't want Hijichu to worry too much, so she smiled and changed the topic. She said casually, I understand. Thank you, brother. You're really a wake-up call. I know what to do. Actually, she didn't know what to do at all. She just didn't want Hijichu to worry. Hijichu also understood her intentions, so he didn't expose her. His almond-shaped eyes flashed with a smile, and his thin lips pursed slightly. He said lightly, It's good that you know. You can look for me if you need anything in the future. After a pause, Hijichu continued, If Hua Xiaoheng still can't protect you, don't be afraid. There's still me. At most, he would discuss it with the people here and ask them to take him over. He wasn't from here, so he didn't have to follow the rules here. In short, he wouldn't let Gunyinji suffer any more harm. Gunyinji was extremely grateful and said repeatedly, Thank you, brother. I know, I won't be afraid. Hijichu nodded slightly and said one more thing. I just remembered that the Monarch Descent law firm I sold over there actually had a condition. Gunyinji blinked. What condition? The condition was that within 7 years, if you didn't come forward to ask for the assets back within 7 years, then they would truly have the final ownership of the assets. Now that you've gone back, the Monarch Descent law firm actually dared to go against you. Then don't hold back and ask for the assets back. All of my assets had this condition when I sold them cheaply. Otherwise, why would I sell them cheaply? To be specific, the Monarch Descent law firm in the Huaxiao Empire is my only asset in the Huaxiao Empire. A small portion is in the United States, and the majority is in South America. Because I borrowed the identity of the He family over there to set up a trap in South America, support the He family, and earn my first bucket of gold. Otherwise, how do you think the He family suddenly rose to become the godfather of South America's underground? Hijichu said lightly, I set up a fund for you over there, named after you. The fund is located in Bermuda, and the specific legal documents are in a safe deposit box in Switzerland. The password to the safe deposit box is your birthday and your initials. I transferred all of the assets to this fund, and it will be held by the fund. This fund is a revocable fund, and it only has a lifespan of 7 years. Gunyinji was terrified and shocked. There's such a thing. Why didn't you tell me before? Hijichu was silent. He thought to himself, you didn't come back at that time, so why did you tell me? He had this condition when he sold all of the assets over there. It wasn't that he had the ability to predict, but as a lawyer, he was like his mother, Qin Suan. He would think through everything thoroughly and consider all kinds of situations, especially situations that were disadvantageous to him. So at that time, he had also thought that if Gunyinji still came back in the end, then the huge assets he had left behind would be her strong support and protect her for the rest of her life. As for the 7-year period, Hijichu felt that if Gunyinji didn't come back in 7 years, then she must have stayed in the other world to have children with him. Then he didn't mind giving up these assets and treating it as charity. Brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, I wouldn't have such a headache. Gunyinji stomped her feet and couldn't help but pout coquettishly to her older brother. Hijichu smiled and said casually, You have Hua Xiaoheng, so do you still need me? It's better if you don't know what I've done for you. He was comparing him to Hua Xiaoheng again. Gunyinji pursed her lips and pulled herself together. Brother, don't be like this. You're unique in my heart. I still quarrel with Major General Hua and have conflicts, but with you I won't. Won't. Ijichu smiled faintly. He remembered when he and Gun Yinji first met in the other world. Because they couldn't tell the truth, there wasn't a day when the two of them didn't have conflicts. At that time, it was a headache and even annoying. But now that he thought about it, he realized how precious that kind of free interaction was. It was something he couldn't get his entire life. He thought that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to let it go. How long would that take? Not long, just a lifetime. He slowly curled the corners of his lips and said coldly, "Then you know now. When you have time, go to Switzerland and open the safe and take out those things. Those things were originally yours. How can you let those people use your things against you? You have to teach them a lesson." Gunyinji felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, "Brother, those things are still yours. I'll keep them for you. All the proceeds are still in the fund, and I won't take a single cent. When you have the chance to come over in the future, it'll be more convenient for you to spend your own money. I still have a chance to come over." Hijichu sneered. "Don't paint a picture of me. Of course you have the chance, as long as you want to." Gunyinji smiled slyly. She almost told Hijichu that she had taken a few strands of his hair before she left and had already marked his DNA in the instrument here. If he wanted to come over, he could turn on the magnetic resonance instrument and pick him up at any time. Of course, she didn't have the final say in this matter. She had to consider Hua Xiaoheng's mood and wishes, and she also had to get the consent of the Huaxia Empire government. Even if Hijichu was her biological brother, this kind of matter wasn't her personal matter. Because the instrument and energy weren't hers, she couldn't shamelessly boast in front of Hijichu. Hijichu thought that Gunyinji was painting a picture of him, so he smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll think about it when I have the chance and see if I can make it happen. What if I can't? If I can't make it happen, I'll give you a gift." Gunyinji smiled even more happily, and her big eyes almost narrowed into slits. "Okay, I'll draw every day. Every time I think about it, I'll add a stroke. When the time comes, I'll count how many gifts you'll give me." Gunyinji screamed exaggeratedly. "Every day? No, I'll go bankrupt. Brother, please spare me." Hijichu was amused by Gunyinji. He chatted for a while more before hanging up. After Gunyinji finished the call, she walked out of the house and saw Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, Song Jining, and Lu Yuan looking at her in the living room. Gunyinji let out a long sigh and sat down. She pursed her lips and recounted the conversation she had with Hijichu. Of course, she didn't say the usual thing she had with Hijichu to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Lu Jin slapped his thigh. "I knew there was a problem. She's so King amazing. Even I was fooled. I knew it was a 4-digit number. It must be right, but these 4 digits didn't come from the other side." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and said in a low voice, "We can't say that this matter has nothing to do with them." "What do you mean?" Gunyinji tilted her head and asked. "I already said that they don't have any energy on their side." Hua Xiaoheng rested his hands on the armrest of the single-seater sofa and crossed his legs. He said thoughtfully, "First of all, Professor Liu was the one who cracked this number, which means that the other party was deliberately misleading us. Secondly, the other party was able to mislead us like this, which means that they knew about the existence of the other world. They also knew that using the quantum communicator to contact the other world would result in an invalid 4-digit number. Finally, the other party should have contacted the other world and knew something about the other world." This was the third update of the day for 1,000 Words, Chapter 2140, not long, just a lifetime. The third and fourth update of 1,000,000 Chidian coins to Cold Iron Grace September has been sent. Please ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you so much. Kiss me, big shots, little angels. Chapter 2155. The question now is, how much does our enemy know about the other world? What is his relationship with the Qin family in the other world? Also, how much does he know about Nianji? Hua Xiaoheng continued. Nianji, Do you still remember that when Shui once told her to contact a person with the code name Q of Hearts when she was operating as a Japanese in this world? Q of Hearts. Gu Nianji suddenly looked up. Yes. How could I forget about this person? When Shui only mentioned this person once. She didn't even mention it to Qin Yaoguang and Qin Beiyoi. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. We should investigate who this Q of Hearts is. However, this wasn't something that could be investigated in a short period of time. They had too few clues at hand. Therefore, everyone's thoughts returned to the invalid 4-digit number. Gu Nianji pondered for a moment and said, but if it wasn't sent from the other world, then why did it show the same invalid 4-digit number? Who sent it? Moreover, it could make her father Lu Jin's quantum computer calculate this result. This was too impressive. Gu Nianji's first reaction was to reject this question. Her father wouldn't make a mistake, and neither would the quantum communicator. A 4-digit number must be a 4-digit number. Could it be that they were prejudiced? As soon as they saw the 4-digit number, they thought that the number came from the other world. The living room fell silent for a moment. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin with his hand and pondered for a long time before saying slowly, actually, there's another situation where a 4-digit number would appear. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed as she remembered. If they hadn't been misled by preconceived notions and thought of the twists and turns from the other world the moment they saw a 4-digit phone number, this problem would have been very simple. She raised an eyebrow and said crisply, an internal line. It's possible for a 4-digit number to appear on the local network's internal line. The 4-digit number that Gu Nianji had encountered previously had already been confirmed to not be an internal line on the regional network, so they had finally traced it to the other world. This time, they didn't rule out the possibility of an internal line at all. They immediately determined that it came from the other world. The other party was too well prepared. First, he used a very complicated encryption program to hide the phone number of the text message. Then, even if they could crack this program, once they cracked the program and saw the 4-digit invalid number, they would immediately think of the quantum communicator from the other world. It could be imagined that the other party's grasp of their habits of thinking and the direction of their hearts was truly amazing. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. That's easy. I'll immediately ask Xiao Zhe to find out who has this number on the internal line. However, we can't alert the enemy, so we have to hold back for the time being. Since these 3 messages were received by Director Chun, then the person who sent the messages should be someone from within the military headquarters compound. At the same time, he sent a message to General Ji, telling him, the crabs in the basket have gone bad. They need to be fed berry a meal. That was their intelligence term. It meant that there was a thief inside, and they had to catch the thief. Zhao Yangzi received Hua Xiaoheng's encrypted text message and immediately entered the 4-digit number into the intranet. After checking, he found that the number was indeed the intranet number of a senior colonel's family at the military headquarters. This senior colonel's surname was Yin, and he was from a Yin family in the imperial capital. He was in charge of logistics and equipment and had once made great contributions. It was said that he was about to be promoted to Major General. Everyone in the military system knew that it was a qualitative leap to be promoted from a field officer to a general. Many senior colonels had endured until the age of transfer or retirement, but they still couldn't be promoted and finally stopped at the senior colonel rank. This was the saying, there are many paths ahead, and the skilled are bold. After Zhao Liangzi locked on his senior Colonel Yin, no one was alerted. He only sent an encrypted code to Hua Xiaoheng. Locked. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said to the people in the living room, we found him. From now on, he will be under our surveillance 24 hours a day. Don't worry. This person couldn't be caught right away. He had to be tracked down. Gu Nianji snorted and leaned weakly on the sofa. She hugged her head and said, I'm so tired. I think I need to sleep for 2 days to recover. She had almost been led astray by the other party. It was too dangerous. If she had really been wrong, it would have been a slight error would have led to a great error. Lu Jin crossed his arms and said with emotion, this time, it's not a simple algorithm problem. It includes an estimation of the human heart and a grasp of the conditions. Nianji. This trap was set up by the combination of the Book of Changes and chaos mathematics. Gu Nianji gradually understood. So that's how it is. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The Book of Changes gives you the rules of the jigsaw puzzle, and chaos mathematics uses this rule to calculate the probability of each event happening. In the end, you take the event with the highest probability and make arrangements. Basically, the subsequent events will follow the plan you designed. So it was all calculated. Gu Nianji thought of the online game that could simulate all kinds of events. Her eyes darted around, and she said, "This opponent is really thoughtful. He spent so much effort to target Ms. Song." Then she changed the topic and said, "But this opponent doesn't seem to know that the other world no longer has high-energy magnetic field energy." This was the biggest failure of this trap. If it weren't for this reason, Gu Nianji and the others wouldn't have been able to discover the flaws in this trap so easily. Lu Jin nodded and deduced, "This means that this person doesn't have as much connection to the other world as we thought. Moreover, he shouldn't be young master he's trusted aide, so he shouldn't be someone in the core circle of power." Yes, if he was young master he's trusted aide, or someone in the core circle, he would know about the problem of the magnetic field energy. He wouldn't have designed this trap with such a major loophole. Knowing that it had nothing to do with He Ji-chu, Gu Nianji couldn't help but smile. She shifted on the sofa and smiled even sweeter. Lu Yuan listened quietly for a long time, one hand resting on the side of his cheek. After a while, seeing that everyone was silent, he asked curiously, "Do you really think that the other party's target is just Jinning?" Gu Nianji, "Who else? Me?" She couldn't help pointing at herself. "Didn't you say that I might be incidental?" "No, I mean, their target also seems to be Xiaoheng." Lu Yuan looked at Hua Xiaoheng thoughtfully. "Nianji, I've already seen your text messages on Professor Lu's phone. At that time, you were still in the other world. They probably thought that you wouldn't come back, but they were still sending text messages to Xiao Ye's mother. The topics were all related to Xiaoheng." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2141, The Crab Has Gone Bad. Today, it was still the third update of the day. The second update was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8 o'clock in the evening. As for monthly votes and recommendation votes, P.S. Thank you to Ink Snow and Seb602, each for the 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Wu AI Tang for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Flying Blue Emperor Phoenix for the 30,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Heaven's Candy and Little One Kiss for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Thank you so much. Kiss all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2156. Gu Nianji recalled the text messages about wanting Hua Xiaoheng to take responsibility and felt a little uncomfortable. She coughed and said, "Could it be that he wanted to stall Major General Hua so that he wouldn't look for me everywhere?" Lu Yuan. After a while, he smiled and said, "That's also very likely." Lu Jin immediately became smug. They've misjudged him. How could my son-in-law be the kind of retarded man who wouldn't know what was going on after being provoked? If he was, I would have gotten rid of him a long time ago. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched imperceptibly. Gu Nianji laughed so hard that she almost collapsed on the sofa. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He ignored Lu Jin's exaggeration and continued. Also, He Ji-chu actually didn't think it through. How is it not thorough? Gu Nianji immediately asked. Even if my brother left, he still left me a lot of security. How could a normal person think so much? But humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Perhaps it's because he left you a lot of security that some people have made Nianji a target, Lu Yuan said unhurriedly. Gu Nianji's eyelids twitched. Are you talking about my brother's conditions for selling his assets? What do you think? Lu Yuan spread his hands. Although I didn't see He Ji-chu's assets with my own eyes, I know it's not a small amount. It'll probably add up to a considerable amount of wealth. And this wealth was probably sold at a low price back then, and there was even a condition. So what would the people who bought those assets think? Of course, they would try their best to keep these assets. Originally, when you went missing, those people thought you wouldn't come back, so they naturally didn't have any worries. But you came back, and within 7 years, those people knew that they probably wouldn't be able to keep their assets. But I didn't get it back. Gu Nianji said in confusion. I didn't even know about it. If Ijichu hadn't said anything, those people would have been able to sit back and enjoy this unexpected fortune. They don't know that you don't know. Lu Yuan smiled as if he was telling a tongue twister. He even patted the confused Song Jining beside him. Song Jining wasn't very clear about this kind of thing that was motivated by wealth, but after listening to Lu Yuan's explanation, she understood. After a moment of surprise, he said, "But how did the person who bought young master his property know that Nianji was missing? Other than the sovereign descent law firm, young master his assets are all abroad, right?" Gu Nianji added, "A small portion is in the United States, and the majority is in South America. The sudden rise of the He family in South America and their rise to become the underground godfather is related to my brother. The He family on this side had been struggling at death's door in South America, and they had almost no influence at all. They could not be compared to the He family in the other world at all. However, after Ijichu arrived, he found the He family here and used the identity of the He family to start planning." Song Jining nodded. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and then at Lu Yuan. "And I remember that only a very small number of people knew about Nianji's disappearance, and most of them were high-ranking people. Later, I received a secret order to speed up the repair of the magnetic resonance instrument. It was sent to me directly by General Ji. Even the researchers around me didn't know what I was doing. Anyway, they were often busy with their own experiments, and Song Jining would also do some experiments that only she was involved in. Therefore, no one knew that Huaxiao Empire had already mastered the high-precision technology to activate the parallel space magnetic field. Lu Yuan didn't know about this situation. He was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Is that so? Only a few people know about Nianji's disappearance?" Hua Xiaoheng's expression was very serious. He nodded and said, "At that time, I was the one who ordered a strict lockdown on the news of Nianji's disappearance. Other than the people involved in the rescue, no one else knew. The people involved in the rescue were all elites of our special operations forces. They wouldn't leak the secret. Even they thought that Nianji had been kidnapped by foreign forces, so they didn't know about the news from the other world. Among the upper echelons, General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai knew, but they couldn't leak the secret. Most of the other people who knew were the upper echelons of the military." Thinking of the senior colonel surnamed Yin just now, Hua Xiaoheng vaguely felt that a thread had already stretched out from the darkness, trying to weave a net. There seemed to be a black spider sitting cross-legged in the net. The spider's eyes were venomous as it stared at them. Gu Nianji didn't expect things to turn around and end up back at her. She couldn't help but say in confusion, "All right, even if someone leaked the secret about my disappearance, there were too few people who knew that I went to the other world. Could it also be someone who leaked the secret?" "Not necessarily," Hua Xiaoheng immediately said. "If I'm not wrong, other than our country, there are other countries trying to contact the other world." Song Jining immediately nodded. "That's right, they're all working on this technology." Lu Yuan also gave evidence. "More than 20 years ago, Gu Xiangwen from this world contacted me one way because of this matter. He said that other countries were all working on this technology. If we didn't, we would fall behind again in the fifth technological revolution. That was why the military started this experiment." In other words, 18 years ago, Song Jining's father, Director Song Haichuan, had already built the first generation of magnetic resonance instruments according to Gu Xiangwen's suggestion. It's a pity that we didn't control the energy well at that time, which led to the big explosion. Song Jining sighed. Therefore, Hua Guanyuan and the 4 soldiers around him, who were involved in the experiment, were accidentally sent to the other world. "No, the big explosion at that time wasn't an experiment error," Gu Nianji said faintly. Gunyinji said faintly. Don't forget, we've already proven that someone was behind it. All right, we can conclude that someone was behind the big explosion 18 years ago. This time, Jining was attacked, and Nianji was implicated. Since last year, Xiaoheng has been targeted by the other party. Lu Yuan concluded. All of this shows that the other party's target is actually more than one person. He looked at Song Jining's incomparably beautiful face. Then his deep gaze shifted to Gunyinji's dainty and lively smile. Finally, he looked at Xiaoheng's handsome, masculine face and said, "Don't you think that the other party is very ambitious?" "What do you mean?" Lu Jin didn't understand. "Is there any reason why the three of them were targeted? If my guess is correct, Jining represents the past of Huaxiao Empire. Xiaoheng represents the present of Huaxiao Empire, and Yinji represents the future of Huaxiao Empire. They're targeting our country's past, present, and future." Were they trying to destroy the country? Gunyinji was speechless. She felt that Lu Yuan was being alarmist. Xiaoheng wasn't very comfortable either, but he didn't show it. He only said lightly, "Nianji and I are of the same generation." He refused to be divided into two generations with Gunyinji, even though he was 10 years older than her. He thought for a moment and said, "But Nianji can indeed represent the future. The son she will give me in the future will be the future of our country. Without him, she will have no future." Song Jining. "Son, I respect you for being a hero." Even someone as arrogant as Lu Jin was stunned by Hua Xiaoheng. Only Lu Yuan could still speak. He smiled slightly. "I was just making an analogy. Don't worry too much about the details." Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "If only the other party had such great ambitions. I'm afraid that their genius planner would be wasted for a trivial matter." He wasn't afraid that the other party would be too powerful, but he was afraid that the other party would be too stupid. If he was schemed against by such a person, he would probably vomit up 3 liters of blood. Lu Jin clapped his hands and cheered. He said loudly, "That's right. People who have a deep understanding of the Book of Changes would never make a move just for a trivial matter." The Deputy Minister of Education was scolded dejectedly, but he still whispered unwillingly. "But when it comes to the international university rankings, the most important point is the number of foreign students the university absorbs. Our country's universities are much worse than foreign universities in this regard. So our country's universities are ranked at the bottom of the international rankings. Prime Minister, by foreign universities can attract foreign students because of the quality of their education, not because they pay more money. You have to be clear. Do you really not know how many students in our country spend huge amounts of tuition fees to study in foreign universities?" The Deputy Minister of Education wanted to crawl under the table, but he could not mention it. Why? Because of benefits. A large sum of scholarships that could be used by the Ministry of Education was waving at him. He would be a fool not to mention it. But in the end, Prime Minister Bai still rejected his proposal and called them back to discuss this issue. Just as everyone was having a heated discussion, Prime Minister Bai's secretary pushed the door open and came in. She whispered in his ear, "Prime Minister, Director Bai is here. He has something to tell you." Prime Minister Bai said softly, "I'm in a meeting. Let's talk during the break." The secretary nodded and went out to ask Bai Yueran to wait for a while. Bai Yueran did wait for a while before coming out to see her during the break. The two of them talked in a small room in the cabinet activity room next to the conference room. Outside was the place where the ministers and deputy ministers of the various departments rested and talked. Prime Minister Bai looked at his daughter, Bai Yueran, and asked with a frown, "What's the matter?" Bai Yueran looked around and said with a smile, "I've been busy recently. I haven't talked to Father for a long time. I happened to have something to do in the cabinet today, so I came to see you. I didn't expect you to be in a meeting with someone." "Ha, that's right. We haven't seen each other for weeks. What have you been busy with recently?" Bai Yueran was the head of the Special Operations Division's Judicial Affairs Department. A while ago, she was seconded to the military's legal department to help prepare for the prosecution of Guo Huaning's case. Although she wasn't the prosecution's lawyer, she served the prosecution's lawyer. This matter wasn't confidential, so Bai Yueran said naturally, I'm helping the military's legal department to prepare for the prosecution of Guahuaning. There are quite a few things. The other party's lawyer is very tricky, and it's quite difficult for us to deal with it. Oh, then do you need to transfer a few experienced lawyers from our Ministry of Justice over? Prime Minister Bai suggested with a smile. He was very willing to help. Bai Weran smiled. There's no need for that. No matter how tricky the other party is, we can't create something out of nothing. If she dares to fabricate evidence, we'll send her in immediately. Prime Minister Bai smiled and nodded. Then what are you doing in the cabinet? Let me check the files. Bai Yueran said calmly. Guahuaning used to have a civil lawsuit, and the military's legal department wants to take a look. Well, then you go find someone. Do you want me to go with you? Prime Minister Bai picked up his pipe and started smoking. Bai Yueran shook her head. No need, I can go by myself. As she said that, she looked around again. Seeing that no one was within her line of sight, she said in a low voice, Kevin's room is going to be changed. I heard it's from room 601 to room 603. I don't know why. Not far from the screen behind the two of them, someone's body moved and leaned towards them. This was today's second chapter, 4,000 words. Chapter 2142. Don't worry too much about the details. The reward of 1 million Chidian coins to Frost Iron Gray September was sent for the 5th and 6th time. The third 4,000-word chapter was updated at 8 p.m. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.